Well, we're live on Zoom. I got to go live on YouTube too. So
Okay.
sorry.
All right. I'll hold off.
And we're live on both now. You're good to go.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the West Sonoma County Union High School District regular board meeting of November 18th, 2020. We are very sorry for showing up here a little late. We had some technical difficulties with a trustee, so we are trying to get that person to be able to get into the meeting. So here we are now. I'm going to turn this over to Mariana, and she's going to give a message in Spanish so their Spanish speakers can go to the interpretation line. Mariana.
Hola, buenas noches. Sí, gracias. Thank you very much, Jenny. Buenas noches a todos. Disculpen porque estamos abriendo tarde la reunión. Para preferencia de idioma al español, se va a abrir ahora una burbuja que va a decir Spanish. Les pedimos que los que quieran escuchar esta reunión en español hagan clic en esa burbuja. Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias, Mariana. Okay, so with that, we are going to call our meeting to order. Karen is taking our roll call as we speak, and we will then move to the Pledge of Allegiance. As we normally do, please turn to your right, hand over your heart, and begin the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Can I get approval of the agenda, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Angie. A second, please.
Second.
Thank you, Ted. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Anything anybody wants to move or pull? Okay, hearing none, I will do our roll call vote. Ted Walker.
Here.
Kelly Noe.
Aye.
Diane Landry.
Aye.
Angie Lewis.
Aye.
Jeannie Fernandez, aye. Jeannie Broom.
Aye.
And Satori McCullough.
Aye.
Thank you very much. I don't see Jev present yet tonight. Okay. I do want to announce to the public, you will note that there is not a Q&A open tonight on the Zoom meeting. If you have a comment you would like to make during our items not on the regular agenda, or on our open session agenda, for you to please raise your hand. Or when we get to the item that you'd like to speak about, you can raise your hand then, and you will be able to comment live on that item. Thank you so much. And with that, I want to ask for input from the public regarding items not on our open session agenda. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on items not listed on the open session agenda. Per Board Bylaw 9323, comments are limited to 3 minutes. Groups commenting on the same topic are limited to 15 minutes. The board will not comment on items unless they are agendized. The Board of Education prefers that issues or concerns about instructional programs or the administration of our schools and our district be handled first through school administration. Concerns about the performance of our employees should be handled through that individual, their supervisor, or through the district's complaint procedure. Members of the public who wish to speak are asked to raise their hand. Once recognized by the board president, speakers should introduce themselves for the record before addressing the board. So is there anyone that would like to speak on items not on our
Jeannie, can I make a
agenda?
comment? Jeannie, can I make a comment?
Yes, you may.
So when the meeting first started, a bunch of people raised their hands, and I realized that that's how it's been in town halls. But until we ask you for public comment, if you could keep your hands lowered and not get in the queue, because I can't tell who wants to make public comments for items not on the agenda if everyone's hands are already raised. And I can see about 3 of you have already lowered your hands. So just confirming that if you want to make a comment on items not on the agenda, your hand is currently raised. And right now we have 5 people in line.
Thank you very much with that. Okay, so
Sorry to interrupt for 1 sec. Do we also want to mention that we have a new system that does the countdown so that people understand?
Correct. And everyone's going to have to bear with me. It's my first time using it. So I'm going to do my very darndest. But we kind of hijacked what the city council, or I'm not city council, I'm sorry, Board of Supervisors was using, where they had a little video where they were recording the countdown. We think that'll be a lot better than interrupting people in the middle of their speech. So if you guys can just bear with me for the first couple of times while I'm getting used to using it. So thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your technology. We stole it. So I'm going to get my screen shared really quick with this. And then I have to go back and find the participants. And our first commenter is going to be Judy Gooden. And go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Judy, I need you to unmute your mic.
Thank you. This is Judy Gooden. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're good to go.
I'm Judy Gooden. I'm a West County High School graduate, as well as my children and my husband and my siblings. I'm in support of West County High School consolidation. With enrollment down in both schools, that is the only financially responsible decision. Consolidation will save teacher jobs and ensure the enrichment programs that West County is known for to continue. I speak for many other West County voters and property owners besides myself. We will not approve any new taxation and ballot measures requesting additional money, whether it be a parcel tax, sales tax, or occupancy tax, before we can possibly consider additional financial support to the West County High School District. We need to make sure you make the financially responsible decision to consolidate. Supervisor Linda Hopkins, you also need to support the West County High School Board and demonstrate your financial responsibility to spend Sonoma County money where it is most needed. Keeping under-attended schools functioning is not responsible leadership. This is a really tough subject full of high emotions. And I am proud of the West County School Board and the superintendent for their courage in recognizing that when enrollment drops significantly with no change predicted for the future, consolidation is the only financially responsible option. I am more concerned with the education of our future than with maintaining a building or a site. Close a school and keep teachers and programs intact. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. I'd like to remind folks that this time is to talk about items not on the agenda. And unfortunately, the possible consolidation issue is on the agenda. So if you would like to speak now, I'd like you to please make sure you're speaking about something that is not on the open session agenda. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Is there any more hands, Jenny?
Yes, we have 4 people's hands raised. Next person is Leslie McCormick. Leslie, go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, I'm glad you reminded the last speaker that they spoke about actually 2 items that were on the agenda, and you let her have her full 3 minutes. Anyway, I'm here to just kind of bring up the TOT tax issue because that's not on the agenda. I'm super disappointed in President Fernandez's behavior at the Board of Supervisors meeting, also on TV and also in the paper. It is clear that El Molino is not represented. You make that clear publicly. Sorry, I'm so upset. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the TOT tax. I fully support it. It doesn't affect us as local taxpayers. And I think it's a great way to support fire services and our education and buy us some time to really address a school, which is way more than just a facility or a building. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to let the board know that I just heard from our student rep, Jev from Laguna, and he cannot be in attendance tonight.
Our next speaker is Gillian Hayes. Gillian, go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Hi there, this is Gillian Hayes. Again, I want to reiterate what Leslie said. When you watch the Board of Supervisors meeting and someone speaks on a topic that is on the agenda in the community forum, they're cut off and they're told to stop. So I'm not sure why Board President allowed that woman to speak about 2 items on the agenda for 3 minutes. Very unprofessional. Let's hold this meeting in the way that you're supposed to hold the meeting. Again, I would like to support the TOT tax. I would encourage the board to consider this creative opportunity for bridge funding for 2 to 3 years. We've been talking in the town hall meetings about the board looking at opportunities to have some funding to keep our schools both alive and both open, and then also to find some long-term revenues to support that. So again, shocked to hear the board president going in, signing into the Board of Supervisors meeting, representing herself as a board member, not a community member, and her opinions about the TOT tax. Let me tell you my opinion. I'm a parent in this school district. I own a home, actually 3 homes in the school district. I am a permitted Airbnb owner as well in Guerneville. So I have all aspects of this TOT tax, right? I'm going to be paying more as an Airbnb supplier. I'm a parent that has kids that need to go to school and need to go to El Molino specifically. And I want you to understand that I support this. This TOT tax does not affect our homeowners. It only affects those visiting in our county. Those visiting in our county have impacts to our county. They have impacts to our fire services, and they have impacts to our education because of the amount of the heavily permitted Airbnbs in West Sonoma County. That affects our home prices here in West County, and it affects our school attendance numbers. So therefore, it is perfectly appropriate to use the TOT tax to help pay and supplement these community benefits, fire and education, for our students to be able to keep both schools open. So I really encourage the board. You said before you were going to listen to us on our creative ideas. This TOT tax is a wonderfully creative idea that can buy us some time to continue on our search for long-term revenues to keep both schools open. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Sorry, you guys, it takes me a second in between each one, so bear with me. Next speaker is Supervisor Hopkins. Go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
This is Linda Hopkins, and I want to start off by acknowledging that this is a very difficult and emotional conversation for our community, and also a very difficult time to serve in our leadership role on this Board of Trustees. So I want to thank you all so much for listening to us tonight and for taking the time over the past few weeks to hear us at the various town hall meetings. I also want to thank Board President Fernandez for spending more than an hour with me on the phone today, discussing the West County Transient Occupancy Tax District proposal. I also have reached out to all of the trustees to offer an opportunity to hear my proposal and ask any questions that they might have, except I apologize, Trustee Walker. I just looked at my email now and I realized that the email I sent to you last night bounced. So my apologies, and I will resend that. I don't have time in 3 minutes to fully explain the West County TOT district proposal, but it sounds like there are already some misconceptions and misinformation about it out in the community. It is about providing bridge funding and ultimately augmenting and enhancing the education of West County's future generations throughout West County. And the reason that I am here is the same reason that the parents and the trustees are here too, for the kids. I really believe at the end of the day, we are all here fighting for the kids and trying to do our best to ensure that future generations are served. So I am just respectfully requesting that you consider placing the West County TOT district on a future agenda so that we might have an opportunity to discuss it publicly. I would offer to bring county staff to answer any questions you might have, to provide an overview of the proposal, and I hope to ultimately earn your support of the proposal. So again, thank you all so much for the time, and thank you, President Fernandez, for taking the time out of your day today to discuss the proposal. And I hope to be able to discuss it with all of you in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Linda. I appreciated the time today too. Next speaker.
Just for an FYI, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional speakers with their hands raised, and typically you only allow 15 minutes for this. So you're with one more speaker unless you want to allow for more speakers.
If all of these speakers are going to speak on this same subject, you are correct. If that's the case, what says the board? Do we want to allow there looks like there's 4 people now that still want to speak.
Jeannie?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't we cut it off now to these 4 speakers?
Okay.
I would say allow them 3 minutes because the other speakers got 3 minutes also.
All right.
That's
The
what
rest
I'm
of you okay with that?
Ted here, I'm okay with that.
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. Angie, you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. So thank you. We're going to cut it off at Cara Mendez. Thank you very much.
Your next speaker is Waylon Del Drago, and go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, this is actually Tara Del Drago, and I also would like to just bring up, thank you, Gillian, Leslie, and Linda, for you did echo. I do want to just ask if the board did acknowledge the plethora of emails that was sent and given. Thank you, Kelly, for the acknowledgement email. I truly appreciated that. And that was sent. We do also support the TOT tax. We are a homeowner here as well. And knowing that this is going to be something that's going to benefit our kids and it's a branch offered, why are we smacking the hand that's offering it out to us that's going to help us get out of a fix? It was brought up to us to have other options brought to the table to take care of the possible consolidation and closure of the school. This is an option. This is something that can help us. And why, as a board member, let alone a president, shutting down this idea and saying at a meeting that this is something that was not even brought up or not welcome. I'm a president of a board also. I may not be president of a school board, but I am president of a board. And I don't like what everybody has to say always, but as a president, that is my job, to listen to my fellow community members and everybody involved and to take into account what is important to them and move on with that. And that is what we are supposed to do. So thank you. And we completely 100% support this.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Joni Betchel. Go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Joni Bleckel, and I'm a retired Forestville school teacher and a longtime union rep through that school district. And I understand the challenging position that the board finds themselves in, but I was very disheartened to hear that the president of your board just ignored the reality that the TOT is a viable way to bridge the gap between consolidation and budget decisions related to your being categorically placed. I sent in a letter about how the struggle for West County communities. I am on the FPA, Forestville Planning Association, and the shutdown of our high school would be a huge blow to this community. They have been impacted greatly by the pandemic and all the people visiting and making the most of Sonoma County and especially the river areas. And TOT tax makes a lot of sense at this time and is only charges those visitors for that. It is a good ongoing situation. As a union rep, I know that ongoing funds are the issue. I got the Dynata survey, and I also felt it was very slanted and did not access all affected parties in our community and possibly those in Sebastopol. I know school boards have a really difficult job in times of declining enrollment, yet shifting resources or consolidation should be your last resort, especially during a pandemic. The TOT gives us an option to buy time and to work with the community so everyone feels that this is the way we need to go. Our superintendent at Forestville School and our school board had to make the decision, just like you are, of what to do when our enrollment was declining dramatically. And we decided to charter. This took 2 years of community input and ideas. There are many other ways to move forward, and a charter is even one of them. But the TOT does bridge that time frame so that we are able to finally bring the community together. You do not want to try to clean this up after with consultants and people that come in to try to pull everyone together. It just creates resentment when you pay those excessive bills to those consultants. So I please ask you to consider that you approve the TOT, as it is the best option for us all to move together as a community. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Tammy 707. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Tamara Hinckley. I am a member of the community member of the Lower Russian River. My children graduated both from Forestville Elementary as well as El Molino High School a number of years ago. I also agree with the TOT tax. But more importantly, I wanted to say that I think the board needs to go back and read their bylaws, especially the section on equity and biasness, because I believe that the board has been showing bias against El Molino and the river community. And in particular, I have no confidence that President Fernandez will be able to overcome her implicit bias against the community of El Molino. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. And our last speaker, I know Tim Kelly, you've had your hand raised. We actually stopped taking public comment after Kara, so if you go ahead and lower your hand. Kara Mendez, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Kara Mendez, and just a quick comment. I know Tim had his hand raised after me, but given that you let the first speaker speak on a subject that was not supposed to be spoken about, I think it would be fair to allow him to speak. With that said, I 100% support the TOT, and I really just have one comment. This comment is for Jean Fernandez. I think you owe it to the board that you represent and for all of your community members to clarify your comment made during the Board of Supervisors meeting yesterday. You said the TOT was not welcome. Why would you not welcome over $1.3 million in funds when our deficit is very close to that? This comment, on top of your comments made to ABC 7 News and the Press Democrat, are very, very disheartening. I am shaking right now. To the board, I really hope that this is the woman that you want to represent you. And if it isn't, then do something about it and do it tonight. Thank you.
And we
Thank you very
officially
much.
have 2 more speakers, but I don't know where you guys are at with wanting to take additional comments. Now we have 3.
I think the board spoke on that already.
All right, well, just for the good of the attendees, I'm going to lower all of your hands and ask that you not raise your hands again until which time the board president asks for public comment. Otherwise, I can't keep track of it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I appreciate it. Just to set the record straight, I cannot speak to the item that everyone has just asked about, the TOT, because it's not on our agenda. Thank you. All right, our consent calendar. I would like to get an approval for this consent calendar, please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Kelly. Is there any discussion on the consent calendar? Okay, hearing none, I will do a roll call vote.
Jeannie,
Kelly, no?
Jeannie, I'm sorry. We do have somebody's hand raised. I don't know if their hand is raised for comments on the consent calendar. I lowered their hand. I explained everything, and then they raised it again. So I'm struggling.
That would be fine, Jenny, if the person begins to speak and it's not on the consent calendar item, then would you please mute them?
Copy that. Commenter is Jesselie Mills. Jesselie, go ahead and unmute yourself.
So I just want to point out that you are not allowed to limit public comment at a public board meeting. If the public wants to comment and they raise their hands, you're obligated under the law, under the Brown Act, to hear them out. So I would appreciate in the future if you let the people who want to be heard speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to repeat that per board bylaw 9323, comments are limited to 3 minutes. Groups commenting on the same topic are limited to 15 minutes. And we surpassed the 15 minutes for each person and actually added extra time because the first person spoke out of turn. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Roll call vote. Kelly Noe.
Aye.
Diane Landry.
Aye.
Angie Lewis.
Aye.
Ted Walker.
Aye.
Jeannie Fernandez, aye. Jeannie Broom.
Aye.
And Satori McCullough.
Aye.
Thank you. The vote is passed 5-0. Okay, so next we are going to move to our report section, and we will begin with our student board representatives. And who would like to go first? Okay, Jeannie, go ahead. Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so has been a while since a regular meeting. Some things that have been going on at El Molino recently. We have some clubs in action. We had a club day recently. Some of the clubs that are currently holding meetings virtually are the Baking Club, Period Club, Journalism, and La Raza. We also had a virtual pep rally, which was sent to all students, and the rally commissioners got a lot of positive feedback about that virtual rally. We had a Halloween drive-through, which was super well attended. We had to go an hour and a half overtime because, or maybe 2 hours, because there were so many people in line. So that was really exciting to see how well the community received that event. And we also held, leadership held our second Easing into Elmo meeting last week. We were focusing on finals, just giving advice for freshmen for finals in general. Not exactly sure what they'll look like this year, but we were just giving them some tips. And we also talked about peer pressure issues and pointed out the teen clinic as a really great resource in this area. Some future events, we have freshman elections taking place at the moment. The leadership is planning a drive-in holiday movie to be determined, I think, the date and which movies will be showing. And there will be a virtual rally. Once again, it'll be holiday themed. Some other ongoing events: Elmo students and parents have been participating in car parades, advocating for El Molino and all of our West County schools to stay open. Students seem to be generally informed on the current events within the district, and I think that the surveys have definitely helped raise awareness, so I appreciate those. There's also ongoing collaboration with administration and staff to improve distance learning. This includes some adaptations to our Wednesday schedule, and they're creating a new survey with some student input to be sent out to students. And on a personal note, I was really pleased to see that the West County schools have been inserted into the proposed TOT tax by the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. So I'm looking forward to see if that is ratified. I think this is a positive and creative potential solution. So I'll probably communicate with students about their opinions on that soon, but I just wanted to state how I felt about it. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie, very much. Okay, Satori.
Hello, everyone. My report for Annalie is the leadership team is currently, the freshmen are currently organizing a canned food drive that is ending this coming Friday. Art is being completed for drama's upcoming production of Clue. Picture Day has finished, and now families can come order their student portraits. The Wednesday schedules have changed. Students are now given a non-Zoom day to finish catch-up work and other work without getting other work from their teachers. Sports have started their conditioning, and as well as Jeannie said, their surveys have definitely helped get the input of families and students on the recent consolidation. And my report's short, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Okay, next is our association reports. Do we have Lily in the queue that wants to speak? If you're there, Lily, raise your hand.
No, there is no WSCTA report tonight, and we did not receive any report from CSEA, although someone in the audience might have a CSEA report.
Is there anyone in the audience that has a CSEA report? Kindly raise your hand. Okay, hearing none, thank you. We will move on to board reports. And I will go with the first one in line there, in my screen anyway, and that's Kelly.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I have a couple items I wanted to address in my report. One is I want to give a shout out to some of our students. I was able to participate in the California Association of Student Councils Region 3 conference a month ago. June Labadorette reached out to me to be one of the panelists, and it was a group of trustees from various different districts. They got together and were able to receive from each of the conference attendees, which represent different student councils from all districts across our region, with different proposals that will be coming to our board. They ranged from racial equity to thoughts around distance learning. So some really good ideas from the students, and was just really impressed. Of course, all the students were impressed, but was especially impressed by the few students from our district that participated. So I was grateful to be able to participate in that experience. Secondly, I have a topic that I want to propose to the board. I know that we heard a number of speakers this evening bring up the TOT tax proposal from the Sonoma County Board of Supervisors. I recognize that's not on our agenda tonight, so we obviously can't discuss it this evening. I also recognize that that potential funding has, some potential implications for a number of the things that we'll be talking about this evening. And so I would love to propose to the board that we convene for a special board meeting to be able to, per the request from Supervisor Hopkins, to be able to get more of an update around the logistics, the details, how this would work, what the partnership might look like. And then be able to have a discussion as a board, collectively what our thoughts might be. And I know this didn't come up in the comments, but I do know just from watching the meeting yesterday, there is kind of a tight time frame on this because they're obviously trying to move it forward pretty quickly so that it could be on the ballot the beginning of March, given some of our timelines. So I know that they, the ask from the board, the kind request was that we come together to have this discussion before November 30th so that we'd be able to discuss it before they have their next discussion. So my ask, my kind request of the board is that we agree to come together to have that a discussion under a special board meeting.
Kelly, would you be okay with that if we discuss it under future agenda items?
I might help our discussions tonight if we at least get a thumb pull on the board members around, interest in having that discussion. I imagine this is going to keep coming up. And if we talk about it, future agenda items, that will be at the end of the meeting. And I'm sure folks are anxiously awaiting to hear if we are going to have a board discussion on this topic.
Okay. Board members, can you unmute yourself and can I get some feedback? I'm happy to start. I don't know how we do this because it's not agendized. So this is a problem. I guess I can just say I'm happy to enter into a special meeting so that we can have this discussion in full. Ted.
I think Kelly and you brought up very good points. I'd like to go along with that idea at a special meeting. I'd like to have it hopefully by the end of this week, like Friday, if possible, in the morning on one subject only on the TOT tax.
Okay. Diane and Angie?
That's fine with me if we have a special board meeting. I think we should, my personal feeling was that we would discuss it under future agenda items because that's when we do future things. I know staff has worked on this agenda really hard, and I think we need to go through our agenda and then, schedule a meeting, or maybe we'll need 2 meetings afterwards or whatever.
Okay.
But that's
But you're okay if we at some point in time set a special meeting?
Yes.
Okay, Angie, and you?
Yeah.
You're okay? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I think the board has spoke there and we can engage. Yes, Jeannie, excuse me. You want to speak about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to request that it, if possible, if it could be after school hours, just because I would really love to be able to attend. Thank you.
Okay. Satori, your thoughts?
Same as Jeannie.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we will work on that in the background. Thank you, Kelly, for bringing that up. I think it's a good idea that we engage with Supervisor Hopkins to learn more about this so we can actually have an opinion as a team. Okay, next board report. Diane.
Okay, good evening, everyone. On Monday, I started experiencing aches, chills, fever, diarrhea. I have a COVID appointment for tomorrow. I'm starting to feel a little better. My lungs don't feel affected, although this time of night sometimes they get a little phlegmy. Sorry. So if I look like I'm closing my eyes during the meeting, I am. My eyes just can't can't do the screens for very long. In fact, I also want to apologize to members of the public whose emails I didn't answer. That would be starting maybe on Monday. And I worked on some this morning and then I had to give it up. So I'll read them when my eyes are better. But yeah, I followed all the COVID rules. So I don't know what to say, but.
Maybe you just have the flu, Diane.
I
It's
know.
okay. Hope
I'm
you
so
feel better.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Angie, do you have a board report?
Diane, I hope you get well fast. I have just been happy to see that all three of the schools have been doing a great job fundraising. There's been, a good amount of flyers. I was sharing some of the Annalee bandwagon gear they're selling. El Molino football is selling gear. And then Laguna is doing their Adopt a Rhino program to collect gift cards. So it's cool to see that despite these times, people are stepping up and still working to do what they can. I'm sure there's a lot of fundraisers that I'm missing that are just not coming, but I hope the community can kind of be on the lookout. There's a lot that these kids are trying to keep going. And then we didn't get a chance today to volunteer at Laguna for the food bank, but that's kind of a weekly thing that myself and some leadership kids have been doing. So it's been great. Like I said, I've reported before, just seeing the community involvement and, different organizations stepping up to help our families is super awesome.
Thanks, Angie. Ted?
Not much of a report. I just want to give a shout out to all the students, parents, teachers, and staff. There is a Thanksgiving holiday coming up, and with COVID and all the depressing news out there, it's hard to get excited about. So if you cannot be with your loved ones, I think you should put out good feelings of goodwill, drop off a basket or something on someone's front door to make them feel better and stuff like that. My wife and I will be on the road, headed down south to visit a relative that will have us because everyone's scared that we might have something. And Diane, I did have a COVID test last Friday, and it is very uncomfortable. So, but I got good news. I don't have it. And because of the surgery, I've had 3 or 4 of them this year. So don't be scared of it. You are a strong trooper, and I think you're going to be fine. But for everyone, I think the healing starts now for the district. And don't forget, Thanksgiving's out there. And like Angie said, the kids are doing great. Yeah. Fundraising, good spirits. So that's my report.
Thank you, Ted, very much. So I would like to let everyone know that, yes, in fact, I had a very good meeting today with Linda Hopkins. And yes, it's known that I have some differences of opinion. And I also want everyone to know that I think we had a meeting of the minds today, her and I. I think that was actually really beneficial. Her reaching across the aisle to me was very helpful. And I'm glad that Kelly has spoken up and has asked us to talk further about this TOT. I also believe that it could very well help us. So I figured I would take this moment during my time to let everyone know that minds can be changed and hearts can be changed. And I do hope that the vitriol that has been coming the direction to this board, and specifically me, that maybe some people could kindly be a bit more kind and a bit more understanding of the pressures and the strains and stresses that we all are under. I might come across at times as a little angry or a little harsh or yelling. it's usually only because I'm just very passionate about students and I'm very passionate about schools. I've been doing this for 25 years and I totally understand everyone's emotions and everyone's passion because I share that as well. If I have come across as biased, I certainly apologize. That is not my intent at all. And so I want everyone to know that, again, hearts and minds can be changed. And I can only hope that folks will understand and be a bit more compassionate. Like Ted said, we have Thanksgiving coming up. This is a time for families. This is a time for caring about our friends and our neighbors. And I want everyone to know that I wish you the most enjoyable and most relaxing holiday that you can possibly have under these circumstances. Unlike Ted, my family has actually canceled our plans to travel out of the state based on the state kind of request that we not do that. So we are going to have a very quiet Thanksgiving here in our home with just my daughter and my husband and I. So please be safe and please be careful and please be kind. This is a time when we all need to be a little bit more compassionate to our friends and our neighbors. And I would appreciate the same compassion in return. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, it's the superintendent's report. Tony?
Good evening, everyone. And I have some reports from the site as well as some district-wide information. In terms of Laguna had 22 students participate in the Santa Rosa Junior College Workshop to apply for the spring semester. And they're also looking, I think Angie might have mentioned this, they're also looking for any kind of donations of gift cards for their Adopt a Rhino campaign. They currently have 28 students who will get stockings with gift cards and treats for the holidays. So any gift cards that you want to donate to Laguna will help with that holiday activity. Let's see. The other thing was in reference to feeding, doing the food distribution. Today they fed about 140 kids today. So that was very exciting. Let's see. From El Molino, the Halloween drive-through was a huge success. They are currently distributing approximately 30 turkey meals to families and continuing with the holiday traditions for students and their families. Let's see, there's another one. Chef May orchestrated a pie tasting competition today. Students dropped off pies on campus and the staff judged the pies. Lucky them. Jolene Johnson has guest authors and speakers for ethnic study, and the video bulletin is getting back up and running with weekly broadcasts. That's exciting. And then from Annalie had a successful canned food drive going on. She talks about the county task force, which I'll talk about in just a minute, and the Wednesday change in scheduling that some of the students have talked about. Let's see down here. There is a pre-Thanksgiving week leadership flyer contest where students are, for Monday was share your best Thanksgiving recipe. Tuesday's a food fight. Wednesday, hand turkey decorating contest. Thursday's a bake off, and Friday is what are you thankful for? So despite the fact that we are in a COVID distance learning environment, students are still having a good time with activities. So that's very exciting. I wanted to recognize our district task force, which has been meeting not only in 2 county-wide meetings, but also in several district-wide meetings to talk about students and how we can help students be more successful during distance learning. That task force is comprised of Lily Smetshammer, Kim McQuarrie, Jared Brown, Megan Gilmore, Andy Del Monte, Matt Dunkel, Danny Baris, Shauna Ferdinandson, Aaron Elliott, and then our last meeting, Bobby Rose and Matt Shubin joined our group to talk about emotional needs of our students. One of the suggestion about changing the structure of our Wednesdays came from that group and from the county task force. And there is a discussion happening right now about the possibility of changing our schedule a little bit for second semester to assist students. So that's a continuing conversation. I think there was a mention of a survey, a student survey that's going to be going out based on input from both leadership teams or leadership groups at each of the school sites to talk to students about what they think might be beneficial for them in terms of the schedule for second semester. So that's a lot of good work that's happening in that area. In addition, we've started learning pods. The learning pods are students who have been having internet access issues at their homes and haven't been able to access learning. So each of the schools, Laguna, El Molino, and Annalee, have started to bring on small groups of students for between 4 hours to a whole day. And they are brought together under safe conditions, of course, in the library or another open area. And they are actually, there's no instruction that's happening, but they're provided with a place for them to access the internet and their instruction online. So that's exciting that we've been able to start that at all of the schools. Another exciting thing that's happening is one of the things that needs to happen as we start to transition back from distance learning is that districts need to provide access for teachers to COVID testing. So we have been working this week, Mia Del Preti and I met with representatives, Dana Pedersen from Guerneville, and also with the West County Health Association. And we met to talk about a program where we will team with public health and be able to offer free COVID testing for all of our teachers. There will be a nurse, a registered nurse that will actually do the testing, and the testing will be sent to public health. All of the testing will be free, and it will all be handled through email. So we're excited about that. Guerneville is planning to be the river area central hub for testing in that area. And then the district would serve as the hub for the Sebastopol area. So we're looking forward to starting that pilot. Mia, you wanted to say something about that?
I wanted to say, yeah, that it's also offered to all of our other staff, our classified and administrators and confidential staff as well.
It would be for the whole school staff. Mm-hmm. So that's very exciting to start that partnership. So we are very excited about that. And that's my report.
Thank you very much, Tony. I very much appreciate that. I noticed we have a hand raised, and I want to tell the speaker that has their hand raised, we don't take comments on on our reports, but when we get to our next topic item, if you have a comment on that, you certainly may comment. Thank you. And next, let me be sure, where are we here? Okay, so we're going to move now to our discussion and action items with regards to educational services. And the first item up is our consideration of approval of the significant disproportionality comprehensive coordinated early intervening service plan, or the CCEIS. And with that, I know that we're going to have Laura speak. Hi, Laura. And I want to first get a motion on this because I know we have to take action on this tonight. So can I get a motion on this item?
Jeannie?
Yes.
My report says the monthly personnel reports first. No?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Okay, well.
No, that's next. We're going to do this one first.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. My mistake.
Scroll up a little further. Yeah, there you go.
Yes. I need new glasses. Yeah.
So can I get a motion on this, please?
So moved.
Thanks, Ted. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Angie. Okay. Tony, did you want to introduce Laura?
Hi, I think you all know Laura Schmidt. She is our Director of Special Education, and Laura came to our last regular board meeting and gave a preview of the report she's going to talk about today. So Laura, go ahead.
All right.
Laura, I just saw your text. You should have share screen. So
thank you. Okay, here we are. So the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services Plan, we call it the CSACE plan, is about equity in special education. So just a couple of slides as a review, there's a lot of program auditing as far as special education goes. We just recently learned that the student level file review, we passed with flying colors, which was great news. And thanks to the conversion of the academic support class, we did not need to do an intensive review this year. We do have a few specific categorical monitoring areas that we, the district, will be reporting on. But the reason we're here tonight is there is this multi-year audit that if you're out of compliance for 3 years in a row, then you're required to do this long process that results in this coordinated plan. And that's what we've been working on for the bulk of a year. And we were out of compliance with significant disproportionality in two areas. The first is we have too many white schools in separate school, or white students in separate schools. The bulk of those students are emotionally disturbed. And then we also have an over representation of Hispanic students with either the primary or secondary intellectual disability designation. We're no longer on the watch list for that, but we needed to carry through with our plan for that one since there were 3 years in a row that we were out of tolerance. Our numbers are fairly small, so for that one, it was kind of easy to go in and out of tolerance. The state gives us lots of rules and lots of direction to do the plan. And just as a reminder, this process, I actually have been really impressed, which is how it leads us through applying a cultural lens to what we're doing and requiring us to put 15% of our special education funds towards new initiatives to solve these issues of disproportionality. So when we talked last time, we were reviewing the data, going over root causes. This has been a series of focus groups over the last year, lots and lots and lots of research, lots of data tracking, and tonight brings us to this planning for improvement phase 3 that requires the plan have school board approval, and it's due to SELPA, which is the county entity for special education, on Friday. It's due to the state on December 15th. And basically, we needed to attach measurable outcomes to the root causes and come up with a systematic plan for improvement. The improvement is going to be monitored quarterly, data-based, reportable to the state over 27 months. So it's really a long process of monitoring. So there's 3 goals that came out of that. This is the bulk of the plan. The first goal is to decrease the number of white students served in separate schools. The activities that we're going to do is we're going to establish entrance and exit criterion for non-public schools. That's in partnership with the SELPA entity and other districts. In particular, Santa Rosa City worked on disproportionality last year, and due to COVID, they weren't able to follow through with that plan. Decisions are still individualized, but having some criteria will result in fairness. We're going to do intensive coordination of supports for the target groups. In other words, students who are both white and Hispanic students who are maybe at risk of going to a separate school. We're going to really focus on getting them the services they need within our comprehensive campuses. And then the last thing we're going to do for this one is came out of all the focus groups. We're interested in linking kids to culturally responsive community connections. We're going to use what's called a caring adult. In other words, the student really gets to choose which adult they want to be their partners to talk through volunteer opportunities, maybe a job opportunity, maybe a something on campus. But we want to make sure that kids have community connection to the school, connection to what they want to be connected to, as that's really what the research says keeps kids grounded. So our second goal is to increase the number of Hispanic students receiving social emotional supports by 10%. What came out of focus groups is that we have a lot of basically the English speaking white students seek out counseling and supports when the parents access those, and the Hispanic students don't often feel comfortable with that. They don't often know that there's conversation, that there's options. So we're going to provide quarterly social emotion parent education workshops, Spanish and English, a lot of guest speakers and community entities doing that. We're going to have a case manager that'll set a therapeutic support plan for targeted students. So the school takes a more active role, and it's less on the incentive of the, or incentive isn't the right word, but the push of the student or the parent. And we're going to make sure we play a role in that. And that'll be our impact teams that we established this year. And then the last thing here is we're going to really look at all the ninth graders and their social emotional needs and provide interventions and parent outreach individually. Part of this piece is, since we do have to, we're required by CDE to spend money, we're going to get a 15-hour-a-week Spanish-speaking parent liaison to help with all of these conversations that maybe aren't happening because we currently don't have any Spanish-speaking therapists. So even though the students may be reluctant, sometimes if parents know that that service is available at school and a caring adult from school has the conversation with the parent, then it closes the loop and we can have more success. And then the final thing is, this one was really the most difficult to move the gauge and have a plan, but we need to decrease the number of Hispanic students identified as intellectually disabled by 10%. One of the things we found is at the high school level, a lot of our data just isn't fabulous. It hasn't been checked since elementary school. So we're going to make a concerted effort to make sure the student ethnicity and language indicators in CalPADS and SACE are correct, which is probably long overdue. We're going to implement culturally responsible assessment practices, which includes more, this is the district psychologist, this includes more nonverbal assessment for students who are either intellectually disabled or on the edge of intellectual disability. And then the last thing we're going to do is provide intensive social skills and pragmatic speech instruction to those students, because that makes the difference. That's really what makes the difference to those kids and their success and their ability to participate in the least restrictive environment with their peers, to be in general ed classes with support. And a lot of that will include working with the parents and making sure that we, the school, are serving those students the way we're supposed to be serving them. As far as the intensive social skills and pragmatic speech instruction, that will be the other financial item. It'll be a specialist, either probably a speech and language specialist, perhaps a social worker, perhaps a behaviorist. And part of it will be teacher coaching so that there's long-term benefit to spending that money. We don't want to just, serve 10 kids and have that be one-off. We want to really expand it and make sure that our interventions work long-term. So that is it. Are there any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Laura? Are there any questions from the public on this item? Looks like we have a hand raised.
Yes. Hold on, I just got to get my screen share up.
You're okay.
And our Julie McClelland, oops, go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Julie, you there?
There we go. There I am, I think.
Yep.
Okay, great. That was super interesting. And I would love some clarification around the students that our speaker was talking about. Is she speaking of all kids that are currently in our district? Or is this talking about trying to bring kids that are placed elsewhere, like distance placed, and bringing them back? I'm unclear of the students that she's referring to. I thought that was great information, and I'm just trying to soak it all in. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the answer to that question is that first group, which is white students in separate schools. So these would be our more severely disabled students, and there's a wide range of disabilities that are served in schools outside the comprehensive high schools. And our goal, of course, and it's the law, is to bring those kids back to the comprehensive campuses and allow students to be with their peers and get services that way. So Julie, it's both keep kids from going to separate schools, non-public schools, and kids that are in non-public schools, have them reach their goals so that they can come back. So that's our goal. And the more we can serve them serve these students in comprehensive schools, then the better prepared for after high school they are. That's kind of the long-term perspective, at the high school level. And I do want to mention that other districts have taken months of back and forth with the CDE to get approval. So we're all really crossing our fingers that we did a good and thorough job, and our plan will be accepted by the state in a timely manner.
And you guys have one more public comment. Leah Woody, go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record.
Hi, thank you, Laura. It's nice to see you tonight, and it's been lovely working with you. I just was hoping that you could, since we have a larger audience, I was hoping if you could speak to the services that we have in terms of Juvo and also Solace. Could you speak to those two programs? Thank you.
So in the context of this plan, I don't want to go beyond the scope of what we're talking about. But when we talk about intensive service, we do, especially with social emotional supports, We have a super wide range of services. If anyone wants to know or access services, just go on the school websites. We have the two that Leah mentioned. Juvo is one. So we have KKIS, which serves students, especially for attendance issues. We have Juvo, which is a behavioralist intervention where they work with families to like set the environment and say what are the rules here for distance learning in the house. Do you get your phone back at 4 o'clock if you've done your work? And I, mom, am checking, right? And it's really nice to have that kind of service go in either over Zoom or into the house and work with families. Sometimes that's helpful. And then Care Solace, we have purchased for the district, and they make referrals. So any counselor, any therapist, any vice principal can make a referral for outside counseling, and this entity, Care Solace, will call and work with families, work with the family's insurance. If the family doesn't have insurance, then they will also figure out how to get that. And Care Solace's goal is to work with families to get appointments for either psychiatric or psychological, for social emotional supports. So the point is that we have all these services, and we want to make sure our Spanish speaking families have equal access in the way that we have a really good thing going. We just want to make sure it's equitable.
You have another hand raised.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me get my little handy dandy screen share thingy. And then I gotta go. All right, Mary Lou, go ahead and unmute yourself. Whoops. I'll give you more than 40 seconds. Go ahead.
Good evening, this is Marilu Saldaña. Buenas noches, soy Marilu Saldaña, consejera de El Molino Preparatoria. My question, Laura, is as part of being in Impact for many years now, my question regarding your report, particularly for the bilingual and Spanish-speaking parents and families, in regards to the workshops and some of the services that could possibly be implemented through this plan, what is the feasibility and the costs that this would, the needs would be? And I'm assuming that, is this grant-based categorical funding for the services that the district would be using to implement these services? So that's my question.
So we are required, if a district is in significant disproportionality, you're required as a district to spend the amount that's 15% of your special education funding on new initiatives. The thought being that if we continue to spend the same money the same way, we're not going to make the substantive changes that need to happen. So CDE is basically saying you have to take your SPED budget and you have to do it differently. That 15%. And I would say that between now and December 15th, we're working out the details of what that looks like. It's not, you know, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, but it has to be very specifically tailored towards the, towards equity in special education.
That was a really good question, because that was my question too. So I was going to ask about funding. So perfect. Is there anybody else that has a question? And if none from the public, any questions or comments from the board? Diane?
Laura, oh, I'm sorry.
Laura, I just want to thank you for everything you're doing for the special ed program. Thank you so much. And I really appreciated being able to go to one of the committee meetings and learning and listening and even saying a few things. So thank you.
You're welcome. We have fun in special ed.
Jeannie?
Yes, Ted, go ahead.
I just echo what Diane said. Laura, excellent report. Great foresight. I actually can see people need to do things different, how people are assessed. Take the money and spend it in a different way. If it's not working, obviously there's something wrong. And disproportionality, it's a big issue. So my heart goes out to you and your program.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I just wanted to say the same thing, Laura. We have done without someone in this position for a very long time, and I can see where it is benefiting us tremendously to have you with your background and your knowledge. So thank you. And I so appreciate what you do. It's a very difficult arena, I understand, and thank you.
Jeannie, are you still taking public comments?
Sure, we'll take another public comment.
Okay. It takes me a second to set this up, so hold on. Oh, come on, computer. All right, Jillian, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, I just had a quick question because maybe I'm confused or understanding this wrong, but we brought up English language learners and our families who are Spanish speaking and the etc. But I just wanted to make sure we're not assuming that our ELL families are not saying that they don't cross into special needs, but we're differentiating those two groups of humans and needs, correct?
That's a great question. So the state is very, very prescriptive on we have to have a certain percent of students from general education and a certain percent of students from special education. So the details are sort of astounding. And we have these small target audiences that we have to do the interventions for a certain group of prescripted students. And then we can also do interventions more broadly. So the plan is kind of both things to make sure we hit those targeted students. And then, for example, out of the focus groups, parents and teachers said, we really need to focus on the 9th graders and their social emotional needs. So that's where we were able to expand it. The whole EL, English speaking Hispanic, what the indicators are, all that is actually small potatoes. Our services are for the kids who need them. We're just going to make sure to get the details right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Laura, very much. Okay, so we have a motion on the table and a second. Is there any further discussion before we do a roll call vote? Jeannie, you wanted to say something? No? Okay. I thought I saw your hand. It's all right. Okay. So with that, yes, Angie, go ahead. You're on mute.
Can you hear me now? Oh, there we go. Laura, I just want to thank you on behalf of a parent who has students in the district, and with everything going on, from a parental standpoint, it gives me a great peace of mind to know that there's people working behind the scenes to take care of all the needs of our students. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Angie. Thank you again, Laura. Okay, with that, I'm going to do roll call vote on item 1 under educational services, consideration of the approval of the CSIS plan. Kelly Noe?
Aye.
Diane Landry?
Aye.
Angie Lewis?
Aye.
Ted Walker?
Aye.
Jeannie Fernandez, aye. Jeannie Broom?
Aye.
Satori McCullough?
Aye.
Thank you guys very much. Okay. Thank you again, Laura. It was really great to see you, and don't be a stranger. All right. So now we're going to move on to our next item, as Ted was trying to allude to. Love you, Ted. Our next item is consideration of approval of the monthly personnel report. Can I get a motion, please?
I move we approve the monthly personnel report.
Thank you, Kelly. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ted. Okay, Mia, you're on.
Right, so this is the monthly personnel report for November, and it's a pretty short report, as you have seen. I don't have any additions to this report that was presented in the board packet, but I do want to point out one thing. We did hire a school psychologist for next school year. We already have a signed contract, so we have somebody in place for next year. And then we do have 2 substitutes that we hired. One is a substitute health technician. We have somebody out on a medical leave, and we have a substitute paraeducator for somebody that is out on a maternity leave, and she's patiently awaiting the arrival of her baby. The baby is overdue. So I talked to her today, and she's really ready to have this baby. And then we have all of our coaches that are football, cross country, and our volleyball. And that's it for the personnel report this month.
Thank you very much. I wanted to address a question to Angie. Angie, I know that the under the coaches list, we have your husband listed, and I know that's an area that you can't vote on. Would you prefer us to split this up by everything other than football coaches, or what would you, what say you?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I 100% understand what you're asking.
Well, we've got your husband listed here as a football assistant coach.
Oh, of course. Yeah, however you want to do it is fine by me.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can just do the whole thing and you can recuse yourself, or we can split it up and then you just not vote on the football coaches.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. Tony, what's your recommendation? Sorry, Angie.
I think if she's fine with recusing yourself from the whole thing, that's fine.
Okay.
Separate it.
All right. If you have no no desire one way or another, we'll just move through this and take action then. Is there any other comment or questions regards to our November personnel report? Hearing none, I will ask for roll call vote. Diane Landry?
Aye.
Angie Lewis? Just abstain. You need to say it though, Angie.
I just say I abstain?
Yes, ma'am.
I abstain.
Thank you. Ted Walker?
Aye.
Kelly Noe?
Aye.
Jeannie Fernandez, aye. Jeannie Broom? Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, Jeannie. I can't ask for you guys' vote on personnel issues. Okay. Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. All right. Thank you. Thank you for allowing that. Okay, next we're going to move on to a public hearing with regards to the district's initial proposal for contract negotiations with the West Sonoma County Union High School District.
So Jeannie, would you like me to run through the district's initial proposal items? And then if somebody has any comments on it, they can do that at that time after?
Yes, that's fine. Tony, yes?
Don't you have to open the public hearing?
Oh, that's right. I have to open the public hearing first, take comments, and then you get to introduce it.
Okay.
So I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to talk about item 3 under our educational section of our agenda? Consideration of approval of the district's initial proposal for contract negotiations with the West Sonoma County Teachers Association for 2020-2021.
Jeannie, it's number 2.
Excuse me, you're right. It's the public hearing on said item. Thank you, Diane. So is there anyone that wants to comment? We will leave the comment table, the floor open for, I don't know, next 30 seconds or so. If we don't hear from anyone, we can move along. And if you do wish to speak, please raise your hand and Jenny will call on you.
No comments.
Okay, hearing none. Mia, yes, would you please move on then to the item number 3?
Okay. So item number 3 is the district's initial proposal for negotiations. So this is a vote, Jeannie. It needs approval. So do you want to call for the vote first and then?
You're muted.
Thank you, Mia. Yes, we do want to call for the vote first. Call for the motion. Can I get a motion on item number 3? Hello, board members, knock, knock.
So moved.
So moved, yeah.
Thank you, Diane. A second. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, I'm sorry. I think I just confused everybody. Okay, Mia, you can now open with number 3.
All right. So the district's initial proposal, we would like to open up Article 3, which is wages. We would like to look at the increased credit for prior certificated service for initial salary placement for purposes for certain classifications and delete and update any outdated language. Under Article 4, which is hours, we would like to delete any outdated and work with the Teachers Association to negotiate a calendar for the 2021-22 school year. Article 5 is class size. We would like to look at modifying and reflect the current Laguna High School schedule and also address independent study conditions. Under Article 9, which is leaves, we would like to go through that whole article with the teachers union and clean up some old language and clarify some language and ensure that it's consistent with law and recent legislation. Under Article 11, which is evaluations, we would like to look at improving the evaluation process and procedures. Article 14 is retirement. We would like to look at modifying the criterion deadline for the notice for a retirement incentive eligibility and also look at retiree benefits, possibly the elimination of retiree benefits for new employees. Article 16 is just the term of the contract, and we want to make sure that the dates are correct. And we'd like to also look at some of the exhibits and appendices that are in the contract, some old MOUs, and looking at updating some of those items and deleting the ones that don't need to be in there anymore. And that's it for the district. You're muted, Jeannie.
Sorry. Can you, or is there anyone that would like to make a comment on this from the public? Seeing no hands, is there anyone from the board that would like to make a comment or have a question? Yes, Ted?
I know my weeks on the board are not now numbered. I feel funny in saying this, but I always thought one of our weak points was what Mia just talked about, is the health benefits for retired employees. I think we're probably the only one in Sonoma County that does that. I just hope the future board with Mia and the teachers group work together for some better resolution to some of these old outstanding practices and stuff like that. So it's more of a comment. I won't be here, obviously, past whatever date in December, but I think it's something that really needs to be cleaned up, which affects just structural deficit, that big number that's out there every year. So that's a comment, something for you all to think about. So I'll shut up now.
That's okay. Thank you, Ted. Any other comments? Looks like we do have someone from the public that would like to speak on this.
Yes, we do. Leah Woody, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi, yeah, thanks. Mia, I just wanted to, you mentioned, well, first of all, when is this being discussed? My question. And then also you mentioned the possibility of elimination of retirement benefits of current employees. So I just wanted to know when this would be discussed and what that means. Thank you.
Sure. So Leah, this is contract negotiations with the Teachers Association, and we're looking at having our first meeting, hopefully the first week in December. We haven't picked that date yet to start negotiations. And it's retiree benefits for any employees that are hired after, depending on what the contract negotiations, the outcome of that would be any new employees that are hired for the district. So this is in regards to the teacher's contract.
Thank you, Mia, for clarifying. Appreciate that. Okay. Any other comments from the board? Questions? Okay. With that, I will take a roll call vote. Diane Landry.
Aye.
Angie Lewis.
Sorry, I'm having major technical difficulties. Aye.
Ted Walker.
Aye.
Kelly Noe.
Aye.
And Jeannie Fernandez. Aye. And I also believe I can't get a student vote on negotiation items. Am I correct? Right. Okay. All right. Thanks. Sorry, students. Okay. Next item is consideration of acceptance of openers from the West Sonoma County Teachers Association initial proposal for contract negotiations with the district. And this does not require a motion. We are just receiving these. So I won't ask for a motion on that. So Mia, can you go ahead?
Sure. So the Teachers Association has submitted their sunshine letter, and on Monday, Chief Negotiator Brian Miller submitted their detail to their items that they listed. So I'll just go through those. For them, they would like to discuss in Article 3 wages. They would like to discuss elimination of all duplicate steps. And I believe what he's referring to is on the salary schedule. Cost of living adjustment, increase the hourly rate, ensure stipends align with district priorities, eliminate discrimination and FTE accrual for step advancement. And in Article 4, they would like to discuss incentivizing ASB clubs. Under Article 9, leaves, they would like to negotiate improving in lieu system. And they would also like to be a part of setting this school calendar for the 2021-22 school year. They'd also like to review all current MOUs for consideration of renewal. And they would also like to review the LCAP with the district and negotiate any changes to working conditions that may come about as a result of the district's goals, actions, and services as outlined in the LCAP. And those are their items for negotiations.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any comments with related to those? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to our next item, and that's item number 1 under our Education Services, Business and Facilities, and that is consideration of the approval of parcel tax measure for the West Sonoma County Union High School District. And I will turn this over to Tony, who then will introduce Craig Isom.
Right at our last meeting, actually that was just last week, wasn't it? At our last meeting last week, the board approved a parcel tax poll, and Greg Isom has completed that poll and has a presentation on the results for us tonight. Take it away, Greg.
Great. So all right, so it's up there. Tony, are you controlling it or is Jenny controlling it?
I am.
Thank you. All right, good evening, school board, and anyone else that's listening or watching this thing. So at the last board meeting, I was given direction to do the voter opinion survey. And I'm going to present the results to you guys. And while I'm going over this, what I also have in front of me is the survey that we did last year to determine were there any changes, because the survey I think was done in November as well. So a year difference, and I can kind of give a little bit of, action on from last year to this year. So without further ado, so you can kind of see the methodology behind the survey. There's about 36,000 voters in the district. It took about 5.5 days to do it. Tested voter attitudes about district projects, proposed measure tax tolerance levels. We got 400 households participated in the survey of individual voters, which resulted in an overall margin of error of plus or minus 4.87%. When it comes to surveys, you want to be plus or minus 5% or below, and that's considered accurate. And for anyone's wondering, well, why only 400 out of 36,000? Because that's the true scientific studies. If you get at least 400 people that match the demographics of the survey, or the community, I should say, and you're plus or minus, 5%, then that's considered to be an accurate poll. So let's go to the next page. And so these were kind of some of the warm-up questions where we said, well, did you say that education at the high schools in West Sonoma County is headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? And you can see 37% right, 25% wrong, 33% don't know. And how does this compare to last time? Last time we had 46% said right direction and 21% said wrong direction. So there's a little bit of a tweak. We have kind of seen this number go up, for the wrong direction and down for the right direction. COVID being out of school has kind of made some voters a little bit grumpy towards what they think is going on. The right-hand side, I think, is more important, is where they say, well, how would you rate the quality of education provided by the West Sonoma County Union High School District? You can see 22% excellent, 50% good, 15 fair, 11 didn't know, and 2% said poor, very poor. And when I take a look at this, that's what I consider, or what I look at the most is the 2%, okay? How you guys did last time was 7% back a year ago. So that number has actually gone down, where people think that you guys are doing a bang up job and they are getting a good education by your district. When we talk about, well, who are we speaking to? At the end of the survey, we say, hey, give us some details. Do you currently have kids in the past? You can see 15% was yes, current. Last survey, 16%. Yes, in the past is 47%. Last time was 41%, and no, never is 43, and here we're 30. So we're kind of speaking a little bit to the same cast of characters, not the same voters per se, but the same overall demographic of people that took the survey historically. If you go to the next page, where we kind of say, hey, we'd like you to rate some different aspects of the district. And you guys, we have been doing these 5 specific aspects since 2010, when we did the first bond survey, 12 for the parcel tax, 18 for the bond, 19 for the parcel tax. And so what you'll see is we kind of ranked them from top to bottom on most important, or I should say excellent, good, to, the bottom. And so how does this compare to previous surveys? It actually flows the same way as almost all the other previous surveys, where teachers and principals and superintendent, board, and district's job of managing its finances. So what you don't want to see, if you guys recall from the previous surveys, is you don't want to see teachers below principals and superintendent below district job and managing finances, because that tells us that there's a perception problem with one of those aspects within the district. And so there isn't a negative perception on one of these things, but the only thing that has changed is that the poor, very poor number has increased for every single group, which is interesting. It's got, obviously teachers is not big, but it's larger than what it was before. Same for principals, same for superintendent, same with board, same with district job of managing its finances. What we've attributed this to, as I said, it's kind of been the same thing when we did a bunch of surveys in the spring and even in the summer, to where, people just are COVID and the economy, things are just a little bit more negative than historically that they've been. So this doesn't surprise me that much. The only thing that does surprise me, I should say, that stands out is the district's job at managing finances. That the negativity has gone up, more than what it was before. And so this is the worst that it's looked. But once again, this isn't necessarily reflective on, your CBO is doing such a bad job. This just has to do with we're in tough times right now, and the district has been having tough times. So that it didn't surprise me as much, as I said, as what it showed before. When we take a look at the parcel tax question, we say, okay, gang, as a result of state cuts, let me read you the proposed language. And we go through it and we say, when we read them, the yellow box, even though there's a typo that says 2.2, there should have just been 1.2. So we read we read that statement in the yellow box, levy $90 per parcel annually for 8 years, because you have to throw in a date. And so you want to kind of throw in what's a standard date, for a district. And I think your last parcel tax is 8 years. So just kind of make them feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy. We throw in the cost of living adjustment. We say, would you vote yes or would you vote no? And you can see that you're 68% yes, 27% no, 3.8 undecided, 0.5 lean yes, 0.8 lean no. So there's not a lot of, guys in the middle here. And when I look at your survey from a year ago, shockingly, it was exactly 68% yes. It was the same percent, even though we're talking to different people. Same 68% net yes. You had 26% was no, so your no vote's up. Your undecided was 5.2 as opposed to 3.8. So you can kind of see that you had a little bit more negativity right now than you did a year ago by a couple percentage points. Okay, but so this is just the initial gut reaction. Let me read you this. You don't know anything really that we're even trying to think except for this yellow box, and you're at 68%. And for everyone that's there, obviously for a parcel tax, you need 2/3, 66.67%. So we're within that margin of error. Okay, so let's go to the next one. This is where we rattled off a bunch of projects. I should say projects on, what the parcel tax could potentially pay for. So, and we rank these in order of most popular to least popular. Okay, and so maintain, improve schools, shop culinary. I wanted to just test to see how this compared to the same one as we did last year. And interestingly enough, it was #1 ranked. Maintain, improve the school's art, music, and drama programs. That's #2. A year ago, that was also #2 on the list. What I'm going to point out, which is interesting though, is that the level of support has actually gone down a little bit this survey compared to last survey. When we're close to 80% on the first one, we're kind of at 75%. When it came to drama programs, and we're close to 78%. And you can see we're kind of at 70%. So the level of support has gotten a little bit weaker in regards to what a parcel tax would pay for, just even on the first two ones. So we maintain and improve the school's college prep programs. You can kind of see where that one is. That one a year ago was right above 60%. So you can see that's a bit lower. There's a lot of the no difference yes. There's a lot of voters who said that this go around, which said, it doesn't really make a difference to me. And we're like, okay, well, what does that exactly mean? And so when we went back into the initial response, people said, would you vote yes or no for a parcel tax? If a person said yes, and then they said, but it doesn't make a difference to me, you can see where it says no difference, yes. That's what that means, okay? So that's kind of how it's split up that way. So we go to the next page. We said, what if is to enable El Molino and Annalee High to continue to offer competitive sports programs? You can kind of see if you include the no difference yes, it's right around that 2/3. Funds to be used as a bridge funding to maintain programs and electives, right around that 2/3. assist the district in deciding the future campus uses and master plan. You're right at that 2/3. Seek out opportunities to reduce district administrative costs, dipped a little bit below, which I thought that actually would have been higher. Seek opportunities for collaboration, efficiency, and resource sharing through possible mergers with other West County school districts. You can see that one dipped down below 60%. I think that one, in my opinion, I just had a lot of words, a collaboration, efficiency, resources, mergers. I think that confused people a little bit. And so I think that's why that one's a little bit lower than 60. And so, what if you knew that seniors could have a senior citizen exemption? You can see that one's over 2/3, kind of similar to what that was a year ago. So overall, there's support for the projects. It's just not as strong as it was the previous year. So now we tell people about costs, because obviously parcel tax costs money, and we remind them of this. So we say, well, what if you knew that the proposed parcel tax would cost you about $105 per parcel, or approximately, $11 a year, it's kind of giving some average number. And you can see that we're about 57% said yes to that one, because we included the no difference. Doesn't make a difference to me. Well, then we went back and researched and we said, okay, well, that's a yes voter. So we're about 57% yes. You can see that you're about 39% no, 4% don't know. When we went to $90, you can see we're right at 66% and you're at 30% no. Next page. If you guys are curious, it's kind of trending the same way on how the parcel tax question was a year ago. When we go to the $70 a year, you can see we're at 67. So by dropping it by $20, we only gained 1%. And it's still 30% said no. And if you go to $55 a year, you can see we're at 69%. So we only gained 2% by dropping it another $15. I mean, almost dropping it by $40. $35, you only gain 3 percentage points. But 3 percentage points when you're playing a game of 2/3, that's the whole, that's a big difference. So, you can see kind of when you're below the $100 in between 90 and 55, you're right around that 2/3. Anything over $100, I don't think you have a prayer. So if we go to the next one, so now we say, well, now that you've heard all this information about what the potential parcel tax could be about, you've heard a bunch of different costs. We kind of always assume that they're going to assume the highest number. And just to give you an idea, the previous survey, we tested $119. This one here, we tested the 110. And we said, well, now would you vote yes? Would you vote no? And you can see we actually dropped about 4.5 percentage points. A year ago, we dropped 1.5 percentage points. So we were pretty much right at that 2/3 level, still even post benchmark, hearing this information. Okay, the no vote, your definite no are right around 29% say no chance. 6% are now undecided, 1.8 are lean yes. You can kind of see the pre-benchmark. That was the initial question. You can kind of see where the yeses, the no vote didn't really change that much. It pretty much stayed right at 27%, but your yeses slid down kind of the chart, went to the lean yes category, the undecided category, and the lean no category. Okay. We decided to ask a bunch of additional questions, to figure out what do some of your high propensity voters feel. So just to give you guys an idea, when we did the survey, we weren't calling, college students or, 18-year-old high school students or people that never voted. We were calling pretty much only your high propensity voters, people that always vote, who generally, formulate more of an opinion on these matters. So when we asked this question, we said the high school district has been experiencing declining enrollment for over 10 years, led to budget cuts, impacting types of programs, and campuses are operating at 50% capacity. Would you support consolidating 2 high schools, Elmwood and Ely, in order to save resources and maintain program for students? Fascinating. You can see it's pretty much kind of split. You had half the people said, yeah, that makes sense. Or if you add up the lean yes, because the lean yes and lean no are both 2.3%. So it's a difference of 5 percentage points from the yes to the no, and you have a bunch of voters who are like, I don't know, but totally divided. If you go to the next question that we asked, similar to Petaluma Schools, I forget which board member asked, well, what if we did a never-ending parcel tax, what Petaluma Schools has? And I said never-ending. I said 30 years because for a lot of people that seems never-ending, even though it's not. I said, well, similar to them, would you support a 30-year parcel tax with a cost of living adjustment that ensured that both high schools would be kept open? You can see that once again, it's kind of split down the middle, where you had about close to 50% of your voters said, yeah, I would. And you had, 44% of your voters said, no, I would not want to do a never-ending parcel tax. When we went to the next question, we said, well, currently 11 school districts operate in the West County High School District, 10 of which are independent. Would you support unifying some of these in order to create efficiency to save money and support programs for students in West County? 71% said yes to that question, which was actually a lot higher than I thought it was going to be. And you had about 20% said no, 8% undecided, 1% lean yes. So if you go to conclusions, recommendations, the parcel tax, you're in the margin of error, kind of similar a little bit to a year ago. But it obviously dropped a little bit more than last time. Most of the programs projects received over the 2/3. So, you have winter projects, but obviously, the highest tax rates voters were pretty sensitive to those, even at the $90 and at the 110, didn't achieve the 2/3. Recommendations, there's no way I'm going to make a recommendation on what you guys should do. You guys, you can ask me questions on thoughts and what I've seen, other districts do. And, historically, obviously I know what West Sonoma has done. And that is the presentation.
Thank you so much, Greg.
Yep.
Really great information. So I see we have some hands in the audience. We'll take, oh, wait a minute here before we do that. Yeah, so we'll take some questions from the audience and then we can ask questions from the board.
Okay.
All right, first speaker is either Waylon or Tara Del Drago. Hopefully I got that right. Go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Are you there? I think David Stetcher's there. I'm not sure what happened with Waylon, but please go ahead and raise your hand again. David, I'm going to restart your clock here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Greg. This is David Stetcher.
Hello.
One of the things that I haven't seen in other surveys, and yours have always been spot on, was there was a 5% drop in post-education and pre-education response. Mm-hmm. And how do you interpret that? Does that go with the times, or is that an indication of saturation for this type of thing? And I'm done with my time. Thank you.
Great question. Nice to hear your friendly voice again. I think a couple of things. Statewide, tax measures have been getting lower and lower in the percent because, the way that the state operates, the state doesn't really help out school districts that much. And so you're relying on your local voters to help you guys out. And so, just to give you an idea, I just did a school bond for a school district that's, they did 4. They did one in 14, 16, 18, and 20. And every single year, my survey results have gotten lower, and every single year, their voters have approved it at a lower percent. So there is tax fatigue when it comes to voters. For your school district, I think that of course, there's going to be some tax fatigue. As I said, you did a bond in 10, a personal tax in 12, a bond in 18, a personal tax in 20. If I'm a voter and you're saying, didn't we just do a parcel tax? You're gonna have a bunch of that. You're gonna have a bunch of people that say, man, because I've seen this, right? So I've seen this statewide. You're gonna have a bunch of people that say, man, we're not even in school right now. I don't know about this. You're gonna run into that. You're gonna run into people, just when it comes to the economy, or it's gonna be a little bit less. And so generally, we've always seen, because we've done it before where we asked the post question and the results actually went up. And so what that tells us when we do a survey is that your community is more pro project than pro, anti-tax. When you see the results go down, that historically tells us and currently tells us that your district is starting to be a little taxed out, just a little bit. As I said, it's not dramatic, but that tells us that they're a little sensitive to the tax right now than historically they have been before.
And our next speaker, I'm going to go back to Waylon or Tara Del Drago. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Tara here. I was just questioning how and who was decided on who got this poll? What geographic areas were polled? I know I never received anything. Was it just the high school? I would like to know that.
So when we do a survey, we give them, we generally don't specifically target an area because all the different areas have different voter turnout demographics. And so when we give the people, we give them a huge list and we say, here are all the high propensity voters in the school district. We call them, 5, 6, 5, 6s, and 7s. The 7 is out of the last 7 elections, you've never missed an election, voting. If you're a 6, that means you've missed one, one of the last major ones, last 6, since going back to 2014 or 2016, probably, because there's 2. And then if you're a 5, that means you've missed 2. So we, but generally those are your high propensity voters. So we give them this list. We give them a breakdown of age, saying, hey, we need to make sure that you call, the right age demographics. So you guys are typically a little bit more, senior. And so if you're a senior community, 33% of the people called are going to be senior citizens. For you guys, I think it's like over 50% of the people surveyed were, are like, 60 and older, and so that's how it gets broken out. And so, I have the I don't have the breakdown in front of me when it comes to whether it was, Guerneville, Forestville, Monterey, Sebastopol voters or Oak Grove or, Gravenstein. I have that data, but, I don't have it here because there's just loads and loads and loads of data, and I can pull that up if anybody wants to see what it is. But that is why generally there's a lot of people that don't get called because you don't match the demographics, or there's just, as I said, you have 30,000 voters, and if let's say 15,000 of them are high propensity voters, and then you household it down and you strip out people that have active phone numbers, because obviously maybe someone has a phone number, but the county has the wrong number because things change. And so now we're left with, let's just say 8,000 phone numbers. You can see when we're only trying to call 400, it's a local issue. If you're one of the 8,000 and then we only need 400, that's probably why you didn't get called.
Our next speaker is Adam Parks. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Just state your name for the record.
Hi, Adam Parks, Annalee parent, community member. This is more a comment, excuse me. I worked pretty extensively on the Measure B campaign, and given the temperature of this particular meeting and the town halls that have coming up, that have been happening over the past month and a half, 2 months, given the appearance of using Measure B funds, even though we're all aware it didn't happen, but the appearance of admin raises from the Measure B, my humble opinion is this has 0 chance of passing. And so I respectfully ask that we make this as brief as possible and move on to the other topics, because we barely passed Measure B last year. This will have active opposition, which we really didn't have last year. We have tax burnout. We have lower numbers of trust in the school board, in the admin, in the teachers across the board. We have a lot of repair work to do in our communities, both river communities, Elmo communities, Sebastopol communities, before we worry about going back to the well and asking for more money. I think the TOT tax is a much more viable option. Still does not solve our problem for next year, but at least it's something to look forward to. And we'll talk more about that later, but that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. If you guys could help me out by lowering your hand when you're done. Next person to speak is Gillian Hayes. Go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record, please. Gillian, are you there? I'll come back to you. Hold on, I just got to restart this. Next speaker is Eleanor Gorman. Go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's Eleanor Gorman, parent, El Molino. Yeah, I just had a question. I wasn't, just thank everyone for all their work. Had a question about, it sounded like it was brushed over, like it's not that important, but I thought the idea was it was to be a short-term parcel tax, and it sounds like the wording provided to those who were being polled was that it was another 8-year parcel tax. And I don't know, I just, not that significant an issue, or what went into that decision? Thanks.
For me, you know, I just, what I did was I tried to make the survey so when you're doing a survey, you sometimes ask the same exact questions just to figure out if things have changed. And so when I asked the initial question, I just followed the same survey that we did a year ago so that I could get pretty much the similar reaction to that to determine, is there a chance for this? Because, you know, if you're saying 8 years and you're saying this parcel tax rate, you know that there's tax rate sensitivity. If you were to, you know, ask a question in there, you know, on one of the tax tolerance, you know, tax rate questions and said, hey, this is just going to be for 1 year. Yeah, I think you would get a much higher, you know, response than if it was for 8 years. You know, as I said, part of the other thinking was I know that we were asking questions about a never-ending parcel tax, and, you know, is this more to address, you know, the true future? Is this a Band-Aid? And so, as I said, I try to ask the Petaluma question, and I try to kind of match what I did a year ago. And so that's why I didn't ask the short-term one.
Next speaker, I'm going to try back with Gillian again. Go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Gillian, I can see that you're unmuted, but I cannot hear you. So I'm going to, there you are. I can see you're trying to unmute yourself. What I'm going to suggest is maybe you bow out and come back in, and then I'll look out for you. Moving on to, sorry, I got to reset the clock. Next speaker is Clay Thistle. Go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record.
Hi, Clay Thistle, Forestville resident. I just had a question. I know I just paid my tax bill, and there was a $48 tax that I thought was expiring. It would seem that the extension of the $48 tax would be more palatable. Could we touch on when that tax expires and if there's a possibility to couch it as an extension? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll answer that one, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, school board or admin, the $48, that is going off the books, and we did kind of extend it and increase it to 79, correct?
Correct. Yeah, so the 48 ends in 2021, ends this year. The 79 is the one that started this year and will be going forward. So this is the 1 year that we had both of them. One was finishing this year, one is starting this year. Moving forward, we will only have the $79 one.
Next speaker is Dan Northern. Go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record. Dan, go ahead and unmute. Oh, there you are.
Okay, sorry. Dan Northern, Forestville. So kind of recapping, I believe at the last meeting when you talked about doing this poll, the intent was a bridge tax. And I think we determined at the last meeting that $48 or $50 a year per parcel would meet the intent of the bridge tax and get us through a couple of years to further study the issues. I understand that when you do a poll, you have to do the big circle and come back and reassess things. For the life of me, I do not understand why you didn't ask the question first in the beginning. Are you aware that there's a $48 tax expiring this year? Followed up by, if you knew that, would you be willing to vote for a $48 tax per parcel for the next 2 years? That's the question. There is no other issues. $190 doesn't matter. The rest of it just simply does not matter. We were looking for a bridge for the next 2 years. And I think Greg said it. You didn't ask the question. I'll give up my minute and 40 seconds. Thank you.
Well, my only comment is in the actual, while we didn't specifically mention the tax rate for the next 2 to 3 years, we did ask the question about, you know, would you be more likely to support this if you knew it was to maintain programs for the next 3 years and possibly beyond? I think we asked another one where we specifically said the word bridge funding to maintain programs electives for the next 3 years. Another one where we said campus uses master plan that keeps the district for the next 3 years. And so, you know, there's so many different ways to ask questions for a poll to the community. And as I said, my opinion is I felt like the questions that were asked, we accomplished from my recollection of the board meeting, which was never ending, to the bridge. And then, as I said, for me personally, the survey guy wanting to know, how does this compare to a year ago? And so that's how I took the survey.
Next speaker is Jim. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You could state your full name for the record. Jim, can you unmute yourself? All right, I'm going to move on.
Hello.
Oh, whoops. Hold on one second. Let me allow to talk. Jim, are you there?
How am I doing?
Good. You're good to go.
Hey, Greg, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Jim?
I'm surviving. Hey, first of all, I'm really surprised at the results you've got. You know, I'm sure a lot of people aren't aware of the exact situation with the taxes. Just to clarify, the $48 one does expire this year, and we're already into one that was an extension of that, and we overlapped it for 8 years beginning this year. So we've actually got an overlap of 48 and 78 this year. And you're going out now and asking the public, would they support another 8 years? And frankly, I'm just amazed that people came back with the responses they did, because I thought that would be really shooting too far. But I am a man of science, and when I hear people anecdotally saying they don't believe it will work, I believe your stats, because I've worked with you before and I know that your statistics work. But again, going back to what the original point of this was, you know, we were looking at a situation where, heck, we're in a real crunch here. We've got to make decisions. The public wants to be involved. We haven't got enough time. So we said, well, let's do this bridge funding, see if we can get maybe 1 or 2 years to get us over the hump so the public can be involved and make some sensible decisions with level heads rather than just shouting at each other and deciding how we really want to go forward with this. But, you know, we really didn't get an answer to that with this survey, because what I'm looking at is people saying, well, if we only did it for 1 year or 2 year, I might give you $150 just to get us through the hump. If you tell people, you know, we're doing this to save one school versus the other, I don't care which one it is, and we're trying to avoid consolidation. This is the purpose of this specific tax. And somehow the public seems to have forgotten they've already taken on 2 of these taxes, and they seem quite remarkably willing to put out money for another one. And as I say, the tax bills that people are getting now, I'm starting to get pushback. People are starting to talk to me about it. But the fact remains, your statistics are showing this might fly, which is a good thing. But I still would like to know, you know, if we just want money along the lines of this tote tax or tote funding, what will we do with the parcel tax? That's my thoughts on it.
Yeah,
take care, buddy.
Hey, thanks, Jim. And you're right. You know, as we said, the problem is when we ask that initial question, the question in the yellow box, you know, you're required to put in a time frame. You know, is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? No one knows the specific date that we're doing. So as you said, I threw in 8 years so that it would match the survey from a year ago. When we ask the tax rate questions on the survey, we don't give a time frame, you know. And so a lot of times, you know, from my experience, they kind of gloss over that yellow thing because, you know, the very initial bond question is just more of a philosophical. Yeah, I'm going to read you a bunch of stuff. You're going to hear a number. You know, you may hear 2 numbers. Are you voting yes? Or are you voting no? And then we go through all the projects. We talk about, you know, bridge, 3 years this, 3 years that, seek out opportunities here. And then we go to the tax questions where we specifically don't say a time frame. We don't say 1 year. We don't say 10 years. We don't say anything, you know, because we've done previous surveys where we've done that and the data is all over the place. And so we started just saying, well, what if it's just this number right here and is this much per month? And so that because what we found out, if you recall, Jim, is normally people, they try to break it down on a monthly basis. And so we say, hey, if you knew it was just going to cost you $11 a month, would you vote yes? Would you vote no? And that's the data that we have seen. As I said, was I surprised that the data was, you know, the results were as high as they were coming out of COVID, coming off of a parcel tax, you know, where we specifically said pretty much that we're going to extend and renew the old one. You know, I was a little surprised on how high it was also, you know, but I think this TOT thing, you know, is interesting as well. And I think that needs to be discussed, you know, on, you know, what the district wants to do between a parcel tax or a TOT.
And I'm going to go back to Gillian. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Fingers crossed.
Okay, can you hear me?
There you are. Yes, we can hear you.
Yay! Okay, thank you so much, Jenny. I appreciate your perseverance in this Zoom glitches.
Copy
so I'll
that.
be real quick. Great news, board. The poll speaks. Prior speakers' personal opinions on the validity of this measure don't match the poll support. When asked if we should keep all district facilities active for the next 3 years, 67% of the polls said yes. Here are survey results, please. Listen to our voting electorate and move forward with this parcel tax and the TOT tax. We can do both. Look at all this creative revenue funding. The TOT tax, Greg, I see you shaking your head no, but the TOT tax is paid by visitors, not our parcel owners here. More than 66% vote for a support of a parcel tax. Please just put it on the ballot. Let the voters tell you that we want to keep our schools open and we're willing to pay more for it. I'm a homeowner of 3 parcels in this district and I wasn't even surveyed. 3 homes I will pay taxes on to keep my school facilities open. We will support you in this effort. If you put this on the ballot measure, we will hit the ground to support you. We will knock on the doors. We will do the outreach. Whether this is an 8-year or a 3-year, I'm in support because it's revenue that can maintain our programs and keep our school campus facilities open. Again, as a voter and a taxpayer with 3 parcels, I'm speaking loudly. I will pay, I will support this, and I urge the board to open arms, take this creative funding solution and put it on the ballot. Let us voters speak to you. These potential revenues from the TOT and the parcel tax could absolutely save my school, El Molino. Thank you for considering.
Thank you. Our next speaker, we've got a couple people who've already spoken. I've got Waylon Del Drago and Dan Northern with their hands up. So if you've already spoken, you can't speak again. I'm going to unmute Waylon Del Drago because I believe you could have Waylon talking, not Tara. So go ahead and unmute yourself.
It's actually Tara, but I kind of got cut off. Greg kind of took my 3 minutes. I did not finish my question. So when he was going through his pie chart and his statistics with the number and the percentages of who was polled, I'm sorry, but I also am a homeowner here in Forestville, and so are several of my neighbors, and not one of us got that poll. Not one of us heard about that, and we would have absolutely been part of the under 60. We are not over 60 years old. My mom is over 60, lives here, and has children in the community because I was here and graduated, and she has grandchildren here. But again, that geographic area that were polled, I'm sorry, this absolutely put it on the ballot so we can vote on it, because as homeowners and people that care about this community and are fighting for it, we absolutely will do that. Thank you.
Greg, you were shaking your head with regards to the comment about both of the items. Can you give us a perspective on that?
I didn't realize I was on video, or else I probably wouldn't have shaken my head. So I apologize. When it comes to, I'm not opposed to multiple tax measures, obviously. You know, I do them all the time for municipalities. Why I was shaking my head was I was envisioning both measures on the ballot at the same time. And that is what causes me concern, because while a TOT would probably pass, your margin of error for a parcel tax, you know, we have to get 2/3. And the last one we got, you know, I have it up right here. You know, we got 68% pretty much. You know, I'll say almost spot on to the survey, so I feel good about those numbers. But I had just seen, you know, multiple measures on the ballot at the same time. And I just think of, you know, even West Sonoma County, when they had your parcel tax in March, and Sebastopol had their local school bond in March. And Sebastopol, you know, you guys got 68%. And this was like crucial parcel tax. Everyone in the community was rallying around it. The Sebastopol's Sebastopol's bond got less than 2/3, which in the history of Sebastopol Union School District, they've never gotten below 2/3 on any tax measure that they've ever done. You know, in this November, you know, when we did their parcel tax, we did the survey, you know, and they passed it, you know, 74, 75% or something. And so my concern, and when I was shaking my head, is envisioning two measures on the ballot at the same time, you know, can just create a little bit of confusion. That's why.
Thank you, Greg, for clarifying.
Next speaker is going to be Kara Mendez. Go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record.
Hi, Kara Mendez. Greg, thank you for the quick turnaround on the survey. I have two things. One, I actually would like to see the demographics for who was polled. So including the breakdown of the ages and the locations. I think it is a little telling that some of the people don't have students and have never had students in the district. As Gillian said, you know, we are a mighty bunch, and we will go door to door, and we will educate these people on the reality of what is going to happen or what could happen if this doesn't get passed. I'm very confident with the percentages we got. Number two, I know a couple of people have mentioned this, so I'll make it quick. I too was under the impression that the poll was going to be made based on a 2 to 3 year bridge tax, not 8. I think that, you know, you do this for a living. I don't, but I think that had that been the focus, we would have seen our numbers way higher. So I'm very impressed with the percentages, and I'm excited to move forward. Board, I ask that you strongly consider this, and we will do the work on the ground to make sure that the voters are educated, and we'll keep both of these schools if we can get this passed. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Jolene Johnson. Go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Jolene Johnson, teacher at El Molino. And I want to just repeat what Gillian and Cara Mendez said, that the numbers, and Jim Walton, the numbers speak for themselves, and that's with an 8-year parcel tax. So I highly recommend that you go through with that, because it's already showing that, what did you say, 58% of people over 60 or whatever are agreeing with that. And that had nothing to do with our populace of students and parents who are going to be immediately impacted by the decisions of consolidating these schools. So again, if the community was involved, it actually reminded me a little bit about voter suppression. You're going to go to all these people who are always the ones voting and not go to the people who are potentially uneducated, or they're just not in the know, kind of like the previous surveys that have been going out into the community when a lot of the first consolidation board meetings and town halls, like not a lot of the community knew. So it felt very similar to that to me in this situation. So I would say the El Molino community is fighting strong like they always have, and I know that they always will. So I think listening to them, no one really wants to consolidate. I think Adam Park's comment that we should just get on with it and make this short was kind of rude. To me, it made kind of the comment that if we consolidate.
Jolene, I'm going to interrupt you here. We do have a decorum. It's listed right here. We ask that you do not disparage or offer personal attacks. So please kindly leave someone's name out of it. Thank you.
Sounds great. So other people were making comments that we should make this short, because to the assumption, it seems like it's going to go to one campus or the other. And so I find like that is just, again, ignoring what's right in front of us. 68% agreeing with this shows that we have a strong response to people who are willing to support this tax. I think if we were to go door to door like Jim and so many other people have recently, and let people know that there is a parcel tax that is expiring and you go forward with this, I believe people would be in response to it. And I appreciate that your videos are on, honestly, because it shows a little bit about what people are thinking and feeling, honestly, when we see this. So thank you for listening. I really do think that this could go through to keep both schools. And I hope that the board is really listening, that the community wants to keep both schools open. And I hope that even if it's the 8-year parcel tax, then eventually we'll see more of the board coming up with creative ways to keep both schools open continuously and not being put onto the El Molino community and other people who are feeling a little bit like underdogs. So I hope you go forward with this. And I'm looking forward to hearing what the board can come up with that can go beyond these parcel taxes.
Next speaker is Joni Bletchell. Go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record, please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joni Bletchell again, a retired Forestville school teacher. And I just wanted to comment that the parcel tax is differentiated from the transit occupancy tax, the TOTA. There might be a little bit of confusion, and that the TOT is paid by the people who visit from out of the county. That is a different tax. I understand there will be some confusion possibly when it goes to an election, but I think that we have gotten to a point where people are pretty clear about what happens with parcel taxes versus a transient occupancy tax that will not be paid by homeowners. I also want to comment on the powerhouse of lions that we have in this community that have been activated, and they definitely will go to work for whatever is needed. And there is also some interesting information that is embedded in your work from Debbie Semloff Ramirez about what happens with that money from the parcel tax. The assessor's office says there are almost 16,000 total parcels in the area served by El Molino, and there are less than 9,000 parcels in the area served by Annalee. That means currently that $79 parcel tax brings in about 1.26 million from areas that feed into El Molino High School versus 686,000 from the areas that feed into Annalee. So that translates into parcel tax revenues, if they were separated into regional tax area, that bring in about 2,000 per student at El Molino and 600 per student at Annalee. This would cause a lot of resentment in the El Molino community if they felt their tax dollars in the parcel tax were now being shifted to a school that they didn't want to move their children to. We already go through a lot of loss of students at El Molino that might leave and go to Annalee or go to Santa Rosa or go to Windsor. When this happens, if there is a consolidation, we are looking beyond just a parcel tax issue. This is an equity issue that this community supports the school system almost 3 to 4 times what Annalee does. So I think when we're looking at the parcel tax, when people look closely, they need to understand their dollars should stay in their community. I just want to thank you, Greg, for this valuable information. And when we put it all together, we see that there are a lot of things we can do. And I think 8-year is a better way to look at it because special elections cost a lot of money and consultants cost a lot of money. And it is hard to revisit this and pay for it over and over again every 2 to 3 years. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jessie Mills. Go ahead and unmute yourself and just state your name for the record, please.
Hi, Jessie Mills, Forestville resident. I just want to, first of all, address my concern, which Clay Thistle and Dan Northern both brought up, the fact that it wasn't mentioned in the survey to the members of the people participating in the survey that there was a tax that would sunset at the end of this year. And what if you were just paying an extension of that tax? I'm extremely disappointed. I thought that was kind of the whole point in this survey, the big question to ask. And the other big question that was not asked, in my opinion, was, would you pay this tax if the alternative to not passing it was a closure of one of the 3 high schools in the district? I know the consolidating question was asked, but I'm wondering, Greg, why that question wasn't asked either, because I think that puts people in a little bit of a different position. In addition to that, Greg, I'm wondering who was involved with determining which questions were asked, and if it was board members, if so, which board members, and if anybody in the community was involved, because I was hopeful that the board would do some outreach to us and ask that we be involved in coming up with these questions so that we wouldn't be on the back end having this conversation we're having right now. With that said, I think also I want to just echo what everyone else has said, and that you have the support of the El Molino people. You have seen what we can do through social media. You have seen what we can do through news media outlets and the attention and the information that we can get out to the public. So I really ask that the board does put this tax on the ballot. And I also want to point out, Ms. Fernandez, when you mentioned to, I believe it was a El Molino teacher, not to criticize members of the public, I just want to point out that it was very disingenuous coming from somebody who has openly criticized members of the public via Zoom. With that, thank you for your time.
Okay, I'll try to answer. I think I wrote them down. So why not the closing of the school question? I mean, in my opinion, as I said, I've done now, I think 6 or 7 surveys for the district, and trying to be as successful as I can, obviously, with all of them. So there's just so many different questions that could be asked, and you can, well, why didn't they get asked this way versus this way? My professional experience, I think Jim Wallen would agree, is that I'm trying to figure out how voters feel, what makes them tick a certain way, and I felt like this is the survey that provided the most relevant and the best information. Number one. Why not extending the old tax? As I said, that was what we said in March of 2020, that the whole reason we were doing that parcel tax was to extend the old tax. And so I don't know if we could say, well, we're extending another extension. I think that would just get a little too confusing when you're kind of explaining, well, didn't we just do that? Didn't we truly just extend and renew and increase the old one? So I don't think we could use that language. Trust me, I would have loved to have used that language, but I don't think that it'd be an honest question to ask. In regards to who did I send the questions to? I sent the questions to the admin, and then I got sign off on the questions. So I don't know who it all went to. My only point of contact is the superintendent.
Our next speaker is Chris Westover. If you can go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Sorry.
Hi there, my name is Chris Westover. So just tailing off of several of other people's comments, one big question I had was if the parcel tax was set up for the immediate keeping of the three schools open, and if there is going to be any sort of, I don't know, legal documentation in there that is proposing that the money goes to the district, period, end of story, regardless of whether the schools are consolidated and or closed. If that is the case, I would like to make sure that the people are quite aware that if a consolidation takes place, regardless, that parcel tax will be either still headed to the district regardless, or I want clarity on that. Could you clarify on that?
So in the legal documents, when a school district does a parcel tax and the voters approve it, in the legal documents, you have to state what the money is going towards. You generally keep it pretty broad to give flexibility, because things change. But I would assume that if a parcel tax was done, regardless of years, that the language would be pretty tight to say this is what the money can be used for. It does just flow straight to the district. The district has the authority to use it whichever way they see fit based off of what the legal language says. So and I can't answer, well, what happens if there was I don't know. I don't know what would happen. Generally what happens, it's similar to school bond language, to where, even if you said you're going to spend the money on both schools and both this and something happened, or a school closed down, you're legally obligated to follow what the resolution says. And if the resolution says you can spend the money at the other site, well, then you can do that as well. But as I said, parcel tax resolutions have legal language that you are required to follow. So it just depends on what legal language you put in there.
Jenny, can I ask a quick question? Yeah. I know when we usually start our presentations, we have a discussion just as a board, how we're going to handle question and answers. And I know we have a number of people that want to speak still. And I also know that we have a couple other really big items tonight, and we haven't had a chance to hear from the board either on this item. So I'm just becoming a little concerned about how we manage all of this in a way that I don't want it to seem like we're excluding voices. And I know we could probably spend the whole night speaking on the parcel tax, and we still have two other really big items that we need to talk about this evening.
Hey, Kelly, thank you. And my fault. I'll take that one. I didn't reach out to the board up at the front of this item. And I'd kind of like to hear from the board on how we can proceed. We've actually gone way over, gosh, I don't know how many minutes now we've gone onto this, but like Kelly says, we do have a lot of items that we need to get through still, two rather large items, and the board hasn't spoke yet on this parcel tax. So can I get a flavor from the rest of the board? Do we end our comments here so that the board can speak to this, and then we can move on to the other items, or give me, raise some hands and tell me what you think, please.
Jeannie?
Yes, Diane?
How many, this is actually Jeannie to Jenny, how many speakers are left, Jenny?
Right now with hands raised, you have 10 speakers, 11.
So if we continue on, we have another 30 minutes of this, and then the board still has to speak. I want to remind the board that we have a bylaw that we have to end our meeting by 10:30 unless someone moves to extend it. So I would like to just leave that information there for everyone. Yes, Ted?
Just a suggestion, and why don't we go for another 5 or 6 minutes with Greg and then bring it to the board? And that number is arbitrary, so.
And perhaps give the speakers 1 minute.
Yeah,
Just
1
to
minute.
get the flavor in of what they want to say, so we could have more people share.
Okay, I hear that. Kelly, your thought on that?
Yeah, I like that idea. I mean, like I said, I don't want it to exclude people. And I also know that we have a lot of important things to talk about tonight. So
they keep adding, we keep adding more names as we're talking.
And that might be helpful if people can, at the beginning, we get a sense of how many speakers, so then we can be more even and balanced so that it's fair for all speakers to get in equal time speaking. So maybe for the future items, we can do that.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly. I will certainly do that. Yes. Angie, your thought on this?
Yeah, I was kind of on the same wavelength as Diane as to wondering how many speakers, and you know, I'd like
now it's up to 12. So if we give 1 minute each, as was suggested, that would be another 12 minutes on that. That would put us just a little shy of 9 p.m. And then if you're like the rest of me, I do need a bio break. So then maybe we take a break and then come back to this.
Well, and I know Mariana would probably love that as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I bet you're right. Mariana, what do you think about that? Is she, I see her picture.
She can't talk to us because she's on the Spanish channel, but I doubt that she's going to scream, no, don't do that. Because I was going to tell you guys, I need a break.
Okay. I understand. Okay. We, right now, I'm going to say we're going to cut this off with commenters at Leah Woody, and we're going to give 1 minute apiece. So please be succinct. If somebody's already said what you think you want to say, or you agree with them, you can just come right on and just say that. Thank you.
And I'll just make one small mention. I do not have a 1 minute clock. I have a 3 minute clock. So when you see it hit 2 minutes, you're done.
Okay. You'll just have to mute them then at that point, Jenny. Thank you.
I certainly will.
Jenny?
Yes.
Mariana is actually asking for a restroom break.
Okay. Can she hang on for 10 minutes?
Can we take the break right now? Is that, I wouldn't complain.
I think she's making a joke because it says LOL. I'll love a bathroom break, LOL. So I sense that she'd probably be okay with us finishing. Hopefully, can we just, I feel like it'd be nice just to get this.
I would like to keep them all together.
Yeah.
I'm ask her if we could take a break at night, about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, she said, let's finish. Yeah.
She said, I can wait, let's finish. Okay, that's great. All right.
Perfect. Sorry, I gotta reset up my screen. Hold on a second. And I'm gonna do this in kind of quick fashion here. So I'm going to unmute the next 3 people, but they go in this order. So Vesta, Steve, and Debbie, you're all being unmuted, but Vesta, you can unmute your mic right now.
Okay, I wanted to say, first of all, that can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I support the parcel tax, and I want to make sure that my vote for it is counted. I did not receive the either. I wondered why this was not placed on the Survey Monkey questionnaire that went out, because that was eliminated, and I think a lot of people would have loved to have answered this question about supporting or not supporting a parcel tax on that Survey Monkey survey, which was a good survey. I do believe that the words of if it had said, could we have this be a temporary tax in order to not consolidate the schools, you would have gotten a different answer and probably more support. And yes, I do want to get the demographics of where these questions were asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Steve.
Got it. Hello there. Hi, Steve Griffith, Forestville. I came to this topic feeling very much like the previous speaker mentioned of tax burnout and mistrust that abounds at the moment. But the more I've listened, and I agree with Jim Walton, well, we could follow the science of the reliable polling and pass a parcel tax, but I would like to say I would be much more inclined to work my butt off again, as I did for Measure B, if it was a 2 or 3 year prospect tied to what would be easy in voters' mind to understand. Hey, we need bridge money to keep the schools open. So that's my feeling. I'm a homeowner. I'm a hard worker and a canvasser, and I'm voting for a short term. Thank you.
Debbie, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello. Yeah, I actually would like to echo what Steve just said, and also Jim with the charming accent earlier said a lot of the same things that are on my mind. The data really shows that the voters are in favor of doing a parcel tax. And I think that the fact that the question was a longer period of time and a higher dollar amount than we may actually need is encouraging, that success rates could even be higher and a higher number. So I think that taking into consideration, after you have the conversation about the TOT, bringing that back and figuring out the length of time and the amount, and the TOT, keeping in mind that's bringing outside money in, it's not taxing locals.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers are Melissa Norris, Julie Hunter, and Tim Kelly. If you could, Melissa, go ahead and unmute yourself. Melissa, are you there? All right, Julie, I'm going to start the minute over. Why don't you go first?
Okay, wait.
And you're good to go.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to say that we were polled. My household was polled, and the person who called for the survey insisted on talking to my husband, which was very strange. And it was very difficult to understand the speaker, and the questions were very confusing. And we are very pro the possibility of a tax measure, and we're very pro not consolidating. So it was a little suspect in terms of what I felt like was accomplished in that process. However, I think we need to remember quickly that the reason we did this survey was because of the consolidation shortfall. If we didn't consolidate, we were going to have such a deficit to our spending issue. So I just want to say that I'm very in support of the tax measure. However, the Measure B went on, and I don't know really what we got for Measure B, and we're not good at marketing what our successes are, and we have to be better about defining what we're going to get for our money, and we need to go ahead and get that on the ballot, but at the same time, we need to say we're not going to consolidate, and that's what it's for, because that's the whole point of this whole conversation.
Thank you, Julie. Tim Kelly, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi there. I'm a El Molino alumni and, also a board president myself of the Sonoma County Board. And I wanted to just say thank you to everyone for their participation and patience in what's a highly charged process. I'm from Fort Ross, and I just want to say, you know, tax policy creates strong emotions, but what really persuades people are stories. And I know myself and many other students, past and present, having El Molino as an option was absolutely critical to my success. Ninth grade was the hardest year of my life, and if I'd had the extra commute to Annalee, that would have been really difficult. So I think if the stories get out, it will absolutely persuade voters, and I have confidence in that.
Thank you. Next three speakers, Arthur Zeta. Hi, Arthur, Leslie, and Skip Cassidy. Arthur, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Jenny. How are you?
Good. How are you?
It's Arthur Zeza, by the way.
Sorry, I'm terrible.
It's okay. El Molino parent and community member. I hold too many positions with the El Molino Little League. Many of you know me. I have a quick question and a comment. The question, only because it's been referenced quite a few times, is regarding your bylaws. I can't find them anywhere. I've looked for them, but can't locate them. The only thing I've been able to find is the, the governance law handbook is all I was able to find. But I wanted to point out, under Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised 11th edition, on page 372 and 373, unless a pre-circulated agenda is formally adopted at the session to which it applies, it's not binding as to detail or order of consideration, other than as it lists pre-existing orders the day. I'm not going to get through it. Anyway, you can change your agenda if it's a motion is made and voted upon.
Thank you, Arthur. Skip, go ahead and unmute yourself.
I don't know how to do that.
You're done it. We can hear you. Skip, you can go ahead and speak. We can hear you.
Okay. I'm concerned about why the perception is that El Molino is targeted to be consolidated when none of the public knew about it. To me, that's a form of discrimination, and I don't appreciate it. I'm an El Molino alum, and my brother and my sister also went to El Molino, and I have a nephew who is a freshman at El Molino now. My other niece and nephew graduated about 10 years ago or so. So I have a lot of family ties as well as friends with El Molino. And I was also a little
Thank you, Skip.
Okay.
Leslie, go ahead and unmute yourself. McCormick.
Hopefully it's me. This is Leslie. Thank you, Skip. I'm sorry. Is this for me?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry. I should have been more formal.
It just cut out my name. Okay, I'll hurry. I just want to remind the board how important ballot language is. I just went through a ballot measure at Goldridge Fire where I work, and we promised 100% what we put on our ballot. And what you put on for Measure B did not quite come through. I thought 100% I was supporting a tax that would keep our schools open. I didn't ever think that I was going to pay a tax that to a district that was going to close the school, the very school my two kids go on. So I too will support this tax, but it has to be a promise to the taxpayers. I feel lied to for Measure B. But I too walked the precincts. I made B happen, and I will make whatever tax you have come up happen again, as long as you promise that it goes to all the schools. We were lied to about Measure B. It wasn't clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last two speakers are David and Trisha. David, go ahead and unmute yourself. Could you state your full name for the record?
Yeah, my name's David. I'm a Forestville resident. I just want to say I'm in support of the tax. I think verbiage is very important. I'm also disappointed that it said 8 years, but it's done. What can you do? I want to remind everybody that this is all of the voters that were polled, not just families that have kids in the school system. And the other thing I want to say is that board, if you're hesitant or if you're unsure, maybe table the vote for the parcel tax to in a couple days when you do a special board meeting about the TOT tax, so you can learn more about the implications of putting both on the agenda or on the ballot, and be more educated before you make a decision. I think you should vote for it tonight, but if you're hesitant, move it to the special board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trisha, go ahead and.
Thanks. So I really actually have just two questions. One is, what is the cost of putting a parcel tax measure on the ballot typically? And then the other is, I keep hearing people talk about bridge funding, but I've also seen in this district that we've come up with the same issue every 3 years. And the only reason we've got a 3-year deadline is because that's how far our budget has to be played out. And I would imagine that in 2 years or 3 years, we're going to be having this conversation again. Am I wrong about that?
Trisha, are you done with your comment? Okay, thank you. And that's our last comment for right now.
Greg, can you give us a cost of this?
So a lot of it depends on what type of ballot that you do, special elections. So if you do a special election, mail ballot only, I'm looking at it right now from Wendy Hudson from the county. She said the estimate for either one, for a March or May ballot, if you're completely by yourself, is a cost per voter range is $2.50 to $5, which gives us a range that they gave us of $90,000 to $180,000. If you were on the ballot with something else, you're able to share the cost, it'll be a little bit less. But if you're completely by yourself, that's how much a special ballot will cost for your school district.
Greg, can I ask a clarifying question on that, Jeannie? Sorry, I don't want to go out of order. So if you want me
go
to.
ahead. It's fine. Go ahead.
Just on that topic. So does it get split? So if we were on with something else, how does that work? Is it 50-50 or does it just break down like 2/3 depending on how many voters they have versus how many voters we have? What does that look like?
Yeah. So, normally when you go on the ballot, like think of like a school board election, when you're on a big ballot in the general election and there's all these propositions from the state, the amount generally shrinks lower and lower and lower. If you're less propositions and you're on the ballot, it means that the costs are a little bit higher. So I would assume, this is a big assume, and you know what that term, sometimes that phrase is, that if you had someone, let's just say the county was holding their own little measure for your exact same school district boundaries, I would assume that the costs would be halved. But I have no idea until I actually ask the question, say, hey, Wendy, if another, district were doing something at the exact same time and mail ballot only in the exact same boundaries, it'd be 50-50, right? I would think the answer would be yes, but until I have it written down, I don't know.
Okay, thank you, Greg, very much. Very much appreciate that. Okay, so I'm gonna have us take a break where we'll come back in 3 minutes, please. Jenny, you could even put your timer up. That would make it really easy for everybody to know when we're gonna come back. And I will see you all in 3 minutes. Thanks again.
Where's my screen? Where did my people screen go? There it is.
Okay, let's give everybody a couple more seconds to get back in here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to have a break. Okay, I'm still, I'm gonna wait. Oh, there's Karen. Okay, I wanted to get Karen back because we need her for our minutes. Thank you, Karen. Thank you for sticking with us, Greg. Appreciate it. Just in case the board members have any questions. Okay, are we all back here? It looks like we are. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, we're going to continue with this item with regards to consideration of approval of parcel tax measure for the West Sonoma County Union High School District. I would now like to open it up for board discussion. Is there someone who, Angie, okay, I gotcha. Go ahead.
I don't know why I have this weird glow. I'm hiding from my family. I had two questions. One is probably for admin. Which funds are used to get this measure on the ballot? Where does that money come from? And then I have another question. Do you want me to ask it now?
No, those would be out of the general fund.
Okay. And then Greg, do you know, you might have to get the numbers for me. Do you know the ratio of seniors versus parents in the voter population? You're muted, bud.
You're muted. I just pulled a Jim Walton. I don't have that obviously in front of me, but I can get you that information on, how many seniors versus, it's difficult on seniors versus parents. If you give me 2 seconds, and I have the data. Oh, I did have the data. Dang it. All right. I'll just have to email that to you. But as I said, I'm pretty sure that, close to 50% of your voters are, over 50% are non-parents in the district.
Okay.
But I can email that to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any other comments or questions, Angie, about this? Not right now?
I'm drinking a coffee. I'm good.
Okay. Kelly, go ahead.
What's Angie saying is she's gonna have a lot of comments in a few minutes. Well, I have a couple comments, questions. So first off, thank you, Greg. I know I was definitely, one of the members that was heavily encouraging the board to move forward with the survey. So I just appreciate having the data to look at. I think, for me, one of the areas where, our data we're right there. Like it's, we're at where we want to be sort of for a benchmark. I think the area where I'm a little bit cautious about is that generally whenever you're looking at surveys like this, the undecideds is almost what you pay the most attention to, because those are the people that hopefully with a good campaign, you get out, you talk to them, you can move them from undecided to yes. So I was a little disappointed to see the number of, people that were in that undecided category. I also, some of the highlights for me, I was pleasantly pleased to see the data was so high around the support for unification, because I do know in looking, I know we can't talk about the TOT tonight, but I do know that looking in that language, one of the things that is being led with is that these funds are going to be used to support unification. And so I think that helps hopefully give a little bit of inclination to folks that might be looking at that might be a positive thing for people. So that I was happy to see. A couple questions. I want to thank the public. A lot of really great questions that I had have already been asked. So I do want to acknowledge that, but I do want to hear your thoughts on the impacts of COVID on running a campaign. I do know that, I don't foresee, unfortunately, our numbers are going in the not good direction. So I know running an aggressive door-to-door campaign would probably look a little bit different if we can do that at all. So before, I would move forward with in any direction, I would really want to understand the impacts of COVID on a campaign. I also want to hear a little bit, I do peripherally know a little bit about running campaigns. And I also have been a part of I work for the county and been a part of many county initiatives where we're looking at the potential of doing voter outreach and potential tax initiatives. So I know consultants generally say that if you have multiple tax initiatives on a ballot, it's not that scary because people really look at the issue. But I'd like you to speak a little bit more about if there's two education related issues on a ballot for, that basically are going to go to the same district, what your thoughts are on that. And then the other piece is just, I would for me this evening, I think it's a little bit hard without having the conversation about the TOT. it's a little bit difficult for me to come to any conclusions right now around the parcel tax. So that's just, I want to put that there as more of a comment that I think really, almost for me, it's tabling this until we're able to have the TOT discussion at a special board meeting. But if you can address my questions, Greg, that would be helpful.
All right, I picked up on 3, so hopefully I answer them. And if I missed one, you can come back to me. So first one I picked up on was running a campaign in the COVID world. It depends on the area that you live in the state of California. And so I had some districts, so we did, 11 tax measures in November statewide, San Diego County up to Humboldt County and in between. And I had some communities that actually did precinct walks where they went door to door. They kind of mostly left like flyers on the door. They didn't knock on the door to speak to people. I had some other communities that said, there's no way we are going door to door, even going near people's doors, because my community, that'll just turn people off. I had some people that started to do phone banks and it ended poorly just because they said people are just upset right now and they don't want to take a phone bank. I had another community that said, oh, the phone bank went perfectly fine. So honestly, when it comes to running campaigns in COVID world, it totally depends on the community where you live, on what you can and cannot do. Because the district that did do the walk, she says it was great, tons of energy, people were excited. And then, as I said, a district 30 miles south of them, it just failed miserably because people were scolding us saying, what on earth are you doing out here? Okay, so that's question number 1. Number 2, the undecided voters. I remember you mentioned something about undecided voters and multiple. So yeah, so I'm a firm believer. I don't think that having competing tax measures is bad. As I said, I've done it multiple times with West Sonoma County, where I had a parcel tax, I had a Sebastopol parcel tax, I had a Gravenstein bond. I've had a Forestville bond on the same time as a West Sonoma County bond. As I said, I think all the tax measures except for like one in West County. My issue with voter confusion has more so to do with where your survey is. If your survey was at 72%, then I would say no issue whatsoever. The fact that this is one of the first times that your survey truly dropped down 4.5 percentage points. I'm looking at it right now. I'm not Facebooking. You can see that's my survey. The fact that you dropped 4.5 percentage points is what's concerning to me about voter confusion. Since we're already having to get a 2/3 majority, we passed with the 2/3 barely in March, and then coming back again. Yeah, with a strong, communication about, schools closing and this and that and this and that. Okay, but as I said, if there's another method to keep the schools potentially open, that's where I'd say, well, pick one of the two. If both of them are viable options to keep the schools open, well, then pick the one that has a way better chance of passing. Because your parcel tax, in my opinion, is very tight right now. And then the other thing, because when you're talking about a special mail ballot only, the numbers show that when you do an election on a presidential election, you have 90+%, voter turnout. A lot of tax measures pass that way. When you do mail ballot only or low turnout, like a primary for a gubernatorial election, just the numbers don't lie. I mean, you just have such lower voter turnout that comes. And so you're having to just put in so much more effort because people who you think would be total supporters of this aren't going to come out and vote. That's just how the numbers work. That's just how people, in California vote. What was your last question?
I appreciate that because I think that's, I know how hard we worked last time, and our data was a little bit better and we barely got over the hump last time. So I appreciate some of those insights.
And that was with the March primary with all the Democratic vote coming out as well.
Yeah, it wasn't really a question about the undecided voters. I'm more of a comment that it seemed like we were lower in the undecided voters, which gave me a little pause because I feel like, generally I want to see more undecided voters that we can sway towards the yes side. And so I just love if you have any insights about that, or, why we might be seeing fewer undecided voters, or, in a campaign, what that might mean.
So perfect. So what my surveys have been showing statewide, and just to give anyone that's listening, I personally do more school tax measures, K-12, than anyone in the state of California. Okay. And what I have seen is, as of late, because a lot of districts keep going back to the well, right? That's just standard in California right now. The undecided voters are becoming thinner and thinner because people's minds, for the most part, are made up. You're either yes or no. But in the case of your district, as I said, you only had 3.8% that I'm undecided at the initial question. And the initial question, that's just your gut reaction. You don't have any information. Then we specifically throw out the tax rate questions before we re-ask the question again, because that's truly how people are going to hear the measure, okay? And then, as I said, so the yes vote slipped 4.5%. So you still have your undecideds and you have your leading yeses. So there is room to sway these people back. Because if I would have, after the tax rate question said, well, if you know that the school, one of your high schools is going to close down unless this is, there's a lot of pro messages, but that's not giving you a totally, unbiased survey results. Trust me, I can plug surveys to get a result that I want to see.
You could do
this is not one. This is, this is truly scientific on where people are going to end up. So is there room for your undecided and lean yes voter to go back with positive messaging? Of course there is. Of course there is. But once again, you're dealing with a different election next year than you would have in 2020. Just because I know that you're going to have so many voters are not going to come vote. Even though this is a huge important thing, you're still going to have way lower turnout than you did this November, and probably way lower turnout that you did in March. So you're just going to have to put forth that much more effort and work to get these undecideds to swing back. Because you could probably guarantee you're going to get 60% no matter what. That's just your demographics of your community. You're going to get 60%, for this measure no matter what, and you're fighting for that extra, 6-7%. And it's tough to reach those 6-7%.
Yes, Ted.
Great questions, Kelly. The question that Angie started off with, how much will this election cost? And Jeff said it comes from our general fund. And for Tony and Jeff, if we were to spend anywhere from $80,000 to $180,000 this current year, where would that money come from? You said the general fund. And the way I've been looking at Jeff's budget is, do we have that money out there to spend without making any cuts currently that affect this year or next year, is one question. Is the money to run the election? Because everyone says put it on the ballot, but no one says how to pay for it. And what I've been reading in the budget, it's very, very tight. The other thing I'm picking up from some of the speakers is they want a guarantee that you're not going to close the school. The lady from Gold Ridge Fire, she says, we didn't spend the money on what we said we're going to do, and that measure is only 6 months old. That kind of hurts me because that's my neighborhood. And if she feels that way, what's to stop a future board a year or two from making a section cut or consolidation? There's really no written guarantee that I can see of, unless Greg can find one that says they're not going to close the school, they're not going to make a cut and stuff like that. It gets back to, are we just kicking the can down the road? And Jeff, if you have a structural deficit, are these just small Band-Aids trying to stop the hemorrhaging that's going on? Because structure to me means more kids in the seats. And if the enrollment keeps on going down, you'll be passing a parcel tax every couple of years. So I don't know, I have actually more negative comments right now after Greg's presentation than I did before. So if you can fill me in on any of those kind of questions, it will be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I'll touch on the first one. Obviously, any extra money that is spent now without knowing anything else in the future is going to be kind of one more reduction that we would likely have to plan for. With any of these, whether they're short-term fixes, whether they're long-term fixes, we have a lot of unknown right now. So when we're planning the budget, we're planning on all these unknowns. And so is it possible that it passes and the 100,000 that we spend makes it worth it, right? You get the investment, you do the 100,000, it passes, and then we get it. Sure. We have to plan, however, that it's not going to pass. And so, yes, if we spent another, even if we cut it in half, let's say $45,000 to $90,000 this year, what that would do is that would come out of the reserve that we do have that we're trying to hold on for next year, right? And so it would affect those future years, how much reserve we have left to cover some of those future expenses. So, it would be additional reductions that we would have to plan for, again, without any future knowledge of revenue coming in, because when we do, to fix this structural deficit, we need one of two things, either ongoing reductions or ongoing revenue. Like, that's how it's going to get fixed in the long run. So yes, all of these things that are short term, it's silly to say that they wouldn't help. I mean, absolutely, any extra funding would help. We just can't plan on getting it, in the current right now. So that's the risk. The risk is that we spend 45 to 90,000 and it doesn't pass for something like that. And then to your broader question about the structural deficit, yeah, I mean, we have a huge gap to close. And that's just budgetarily speaking. There's, other parts of the consolidation talk that are not on budgets. It is on the declining enrollment and it is on the programs and whatnot. But budgetarily speaking, yeah, we have a lot of unknowns. And could all of these things help? Sure. I mean, any funding would help. To get the district in the place that I think everybody wants the district, the long-term solution to me is the way that we should be going, just in the sense of, I know all the short terms give us time to figure out some of the long terms. I haven't been in this spot, but I know that we have had these conversations for a long time. So at what point does a new long-term solution need to come forward?
Okay, so I'll follow up, Jeff and Tony. If it costs us, say, 100,000 this year, elections in March or May, how many sections would have to be cut to pay for that if it failed?
So if you split that over, if you split that over 2 years, right, that would be about 50,000. If it was 100,000, it was 50,000 a year. That would be two sections. That'd be two additional sections.
Additional sections, and then we have to fight over what sections are cut.
Right.
And it's typically the arts or sports or something like that. So.
Right. It's based on student selections. It would be those classes that had the lowest student requests.
And the student selections start what, now or soon?
December. The registration process starts in December.
Okay.
Good questions. Jeannie Broom, you've been raising your hand and I want to give you an opportunity because I know it's getting late and at some point you guys are going to cut off here, I'm afraid. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you to everyone that has spoken so far. I think everyone has, I'll speak slower. I think everyone has brought up really great points and a lot of my questions have been covered. I wanted to clarify something that Mr. Walker mentioned about the language of the measure and how it would include a guarantee that a school or all three schools would remain open. I think what the voters, particularly in the West County area, or I suppose the northern West County area around Forestville, I think what they're hoping is that the language in the measure would clarify that they will only be paying this tax if the schools stay open. Not a guarantee that they will, but a guarantee that if a school closes, they will no longer be paying that tax. And I think a lot of people are drawing on their experience with the Palm Drive district. I know that people in the El Molino portion, designated portion of our district, are still currently paying for a service that no longer includes them. And so I think that there was a lot of concern that that would happen again. And so I think that is why people are asking for that clarification. And I also wanted to ask how much time we have to clarify the language of the measure, or I guess what the submission date is to the county registrar.
Thank you, Jeannie. Good questions.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes, please, Greg.
So everything's got to be turned in for whatever election date you choose. It's 88 days before the election day that everything has to be submitted to the county. In regards to legal language, I do not believe that you can have an election approved by the voters that says that if something cancels, that or if school closes, that you no longer have to pay it. It doesn't work that way. How it can work, and I've seen this in school districts for bond measures, which is similar to, you could say Palm Drive passed a bond measure, I believe, is that if there's any unsold bonds to be, that you could sell in the future, a school district or any municipality can actually pass a resolution, submit it to the County Board of Supervisors, and cancel the remaining bonds to be sold. So let's say Palm Drive had $10 million to sell. They sold $5 million and they still have $5 million unsold. They could cancel that out. Okay. So what could probably take place for a parcel tax, I'd have to, obviously I'm not, a bond or parcel tax attorney, but I've been through them enough, is that you could probably pass a parcel tax. And then if the thing got consolidated, the school board could pass a resolution to cancel the parcel tax, submit it to the Board of Supervisors. They would approve it, and then it would not be on the future tax rolls.
Okay. So if I may, just one more comment. So I think especially if it's something that can't, if it can't legally be embedded in the language of the ballot measure, I think that puts that much more importance on the language and clarifying the length of time. I think if you cannot guarantee people in a direct legal way that if consolidation is to occur, they will or will not be paying that tax still, I think that puts more, I think that makes the idea of a shorter tax a little more appealing to voters. And I think that they would be more likely to get on board for that because they would feel as though they had more security and that they know that they won't be, this isn't like a long-term thing that they're getting tied into, especially considering that we already have an 8-year tax that is currently in place. So.
Thank you, Jeannie. I really appreciate that. Diane, we haven't heard from you. Do you have a comment or a question?
I don't think I have any questions. I really appreciate the questions, Kelly, that you asked. Those things got a little clearer to me with your questions, so thank you. Okay, when I put a lot of time into Measure B, and I was at the street corner with Lori Bruner, waving the sign, Sebastopol Farmers Market with Kelly, going to door. During this time of COVID, it would be interesting to see how a campaign is run. Greg, do you have any well, you have had some campaigning during COVID, and you're saying that some areas it worked to walk in, some areas it did not work.
Correct.
So thank you for that. It remains a question mark as to what it would be like to campaign over here. I went knocking on doors. The few people I've been in contact with will not vote for a parcel tax because they did so last year or earlier this year. It'll be a year in between. In terms of talking to people, whether it's a phone bank or going to door, and again saying we're extending the $48 tax rate, which I personally did last year, and I'm assuming other people did, wouldn't be very honest. It is not an extension of it would not be an extension of the $48 tax measure that we passed 7 years before. This would be a brand new one. I'm concerned about the financial cost, especially if we lost. I think I'm really concerned about having two measures on a ballot giving money to the West Sonoma, basically giving money to the West Sonoma High School District. How do I put this? There are people in this county who are business people. Small business people are suffering during COVID. There's businesses going out that aren't in business. And who knows, the ones who are still going on, if they're going to continue. So we're asking small business owners, namely people who produce, who have lodging for visitors, to increase the tax rate. Okay, so that's small businesses. And at the same time, ask all property owners to pass another parcel tax. Where I sit right now, I would not support a parcel tax this coming March. And I haven't heard, I came into this tonight, I had looked over the survey results, and I'm like, I need to hear what is said about this via the public and the board members. Because as Greg said, it kind of looked the same as the last time, but not quite. And the more I've heard tonight, the more I'm feeling that I will not vote for this district to put on a parcel tax. And if this district does, maybe I would be the only no vote. That's fine. but I would not be voting for the parcel tax. And I have people who come to me about high school tax things, and I would tell them, all I can say is I'm not supporting it. You go read about it and decide for yourself. And anyway, that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. Angie, now that you've finished your coffee and are a little more recharged, do you have more that you'd like to add?
I mean, I was pleasantly surprised by the results. But there is great risk. I almost feel like without dealing with the next board item that we should table this because there have been so many things that have come to light. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I guess I will, I'm the last one to speak, so I will give you kind of where I stand. I appreciate everybody's comments, definitely, and I appreciate, Diane, what you just said. I have some of the same conflicts. One of my concerns is definitely the cost, and we have to bear that cost out of our general fund, and that looks like it may mean we have to then cut something to be able to afford to do that. I have a very difficult time hedging my bet on what ifs and maybes. And I also have a very difficult time thinking about the possibility of 2 tax measures on the ballot. Whether our, and I know that somebody mentioned that they really wanted to kind of hear more about that TOT before maybe we talk more about the parcel tax, but here's my thought, people. The Board of Supervisors already voted in favor of this, of TOT. It was a 4-1 vote. So in their minds, they're gonna, that was a first reading, but they're gonna come back and they're gonna readdress it. By then we will have met and we can give them, our insights on that. But it looks to me that is going to be on the ballot, and having 2 tax measures running simultaneously, like Diane said, in favor of the high school district looks a little, shall I say, maybe sketchy. And I wouldn't want to lose the opportunity for one to try to do both. I have talked to quite a number of people as well with regards to a parcel tax, and I'm getting quite a lot of emphatic no's, in the real fact that, like Diane said, we just passed one, and people are feeling a lot of tax pressure, kind of tax overload. And right now, when things are so very, very tight in people's budgets because of COVID, I mean, people have lost their jobs. People can't buy food. People don't know where they're going to live. And that has impacted West County greatly. And so I'm concerned that we then ask them for more. And if somebody's renting, people say, well, it doesn't affect them. But it does, because their rent will probably go up. And I do appreciate the comment that Ted made with regards to, or the question that Ted asked with regards to the structural deficit. And that is our real #1 issue right now, is the structural deficit, and that this parcel tax would just be another temporary support, temporary help. And it is what this district has been doing for so very long. And I'm not sure that putting a parcel tax on the ballot is the way to try to fix that structural deficit. So I am also inclined to not support putting this on the ballot. And I just feel it is an overbearance on our taxpayers and on our community right now, when in fact the polling numbers that Greg gave us are right on the very edge and kind of leaning not. And we all know it takes 2/3 of a vote, two-thirds of the voters. So 67% or 66% or 68% might look good, but we have to have a minimum of 66.7% of the voters with a thumbs up. And we have a lot of people leaning no, and we have a lot of undecideds. And with COVID, like Kelly talked about, or was it Diane? I can't remember. I'm sorry. I think maybe it was Diane. I don't know. I'm sorry. One of you stated that you had some concerns about actually being able to, get out there and knock on doors and what have you. And I find that to be a little concerning. I know that my neighbors around here would certainly not appreciate that. And I know that West County doesn't have a huge rate of COVID right now, but it's because we are being safe. And I'm not sure that it behooves us to now start to test that. I'd be very concerned. So again, I'm gonna say I'm very much leaning towards not supporting putting this on the ballot. And I'm excited to hear more about the TOT tax from Supervisor Hopkins. And I actually feel like I can get behind supporting that based on hers and my conversation. And once we can talk about that publicly, then maybe we can give some resolution to the county board that makes them feel more comfortable as well. Anyway, so that's where I stand. Thank you. Yes, Angie.
Have we agreed on the language or for the parcel tax as far as is that?
No, we have not. That
Okay.
would have to come at a special meeting with a resolution.
And then Greg?
That would be the next step, Angie. So that would
tonight.
If we said we wanted to move forward, then that would be the next step to work on developing that language, and then we have to pass a resolution.
Tonight, what we need to do is give direction to the staff on do we want to move forward or do we not? It's not actually a vote. It's basically a straw poll. If there's interest from the board in moving forward, that's fine. And then we would have to set up a meeting for doing a resolution. Further question, Jenny? Angie, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I have a lot of questions. There's so many unknowns. I just don't feel good about making a decision. There's been a lot of points about how many parcels in the Elmo versus Annalee district. I just think there's a lot of things that need to be thought about, but
Angie, can I answer that question? There are a lot of parcels around there, but most of them are not buildable. There's no house on it. If you get out to Monterey, Granville, or Camp Meeker, some of the lots are 20 by 40, but they can ask for an exemption for vacant parcels or contiguous parcels. So those actually don't get assessed the parcel tax.
That was kind of my question with
it's not flat across the board. No, it has to be a viable, buildable parcel with a house on it.
Okay. Yeah, and that was kind of my question with the scene, if we take this gamble and, we've got over 50% are seniors, and, how many of them would viably take the exemption? And, I don't want to drag this on. This is just.
Well, I have a suggestion, Jeannie. Do people want to continue this conversation, or simply, or like Angie said, table it, or just let it pass without direction to the staff? I have no direction to the staff to continue the discussion on the parcel tax.
The agenda item is consideration of approval of a parcel tax measure for the West Sonoma County Union High School District.
So you want a straw poll from us then?
And my recommendation at my beginning was I wanted to table the item until we get to have the discussion around
the TOT.
I mean, and I'll say this in my comments later on, I feel like we need to have a yes and attitude around everything that's happening right now. Plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E, plan F, so that we don't necessarily close the door on anything until we've been able to explore all of the options, which, and it's really hard for me. I have questions. I'm definitely lukewarm. I know the data isn't, like I said, hey, if it was in 69, 70%, I'd be in a way different place. And I also know that, to Angie's point, thank you, Angie, there's a lot of different factors at play right now.
Do you want to table it, Kelly, for the next emergency board meeting or what?
And I love that, Angie. Thank you for that.
Well, I'm sorry, what did she do?
Sorry, that hurt. Sorry, I shouldn't have called you out, but it was nice. It was good for me. I was like my feet. Yes, sorry. But I think it would be, I would like to be able to have this discussion at the special board meeting and first talk about the TOT so that we can get clarification from our entire board, what our interest is in being able to make or get behind or support, or what that will look like for us before we have a final discussion on this piece. And we still have to talk about consolidation, the consolidation item tonight, which
we're going to run out of time. Yeah. Like I stated earlier, I'm not interested in moving forward with this. And I think Diane said that as well. Kelly and Angie think that I think maybe, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but think they might like to table it for the next meeting. Ted, you kind of were on the fence.
No, the more I think about it, I can support the TOT, but I can't support the parcel tax.
Okay, so I think, am I hearing that we're not going to give any direction to staff on the parcel tax? We're not going to move forward. Is that correct?
Well, we have to vote on it.
It says the recommendation says this superintendent is asking for direction.
Oh, I see. Discussion / possible action.
No, that's not the item.
Oh, no, that's number 3.
The item does say consideration of approval of a parcel tax.
Yes, there it is. Yes, it does. Yes, so we do have to vote on it.
So if the board needs to make a decision whether we're moving forward on the parcel tax or not, I think that requires a vote.
Okay, so can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, I will do a roll call vote.
Can you clarify the motion?
My motion is to approve a parcel tax measure for the West Sonoma County Union High School District.
So we have a motion to approve.
I'm confused.
Correct. That's what it says.
I think.
Which, thank you, Kelly, because then we know how to vote yes or no on it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I understand that. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you, Tony. Yes. So somebody can make a motion in favor of it, and then we can vote one way or the other.
Yeah.
Okay. I will take a roll call vote. Diane Landry.
No.
Angie Lewis,
What are you supposed to say if you're uncertain?
yes or no?
Or you abstain?
Or you abstain if you, yeah.
She actually can't abstain unless she has a legal reason to do so.
We don't have all the information.
Kelly, talk to me. What information don't we have?
We don't have the information on the TOT.
That doesn't pertain to the parcel tax, the question at hand, Kelly, sorry.
Jeannie, just a minute. Kelly, tell me about why you want them both together.
I feel like
I'm not trying to grill you or anything. I'm looking.
I don't feel like we have all the information about all the taxes. I mean, we don't even know as a board what the TOT is not going to support or not. And I'm not sure where folks will be on the TOT. And so I would love to be able to have an understanding from the board where we stand on that in relationship to the larger consolidation conversation before confirming yay or nay on this piece.
We already know that the TOT is going to move forward on the ballot. It's already been decided.
Actively fight it?
Say again?
Are people on this board going to actively fight? We haven't been able to have that conversation. So I
hear you at our next meeting. I am going to support the TOT. Okay, I've mentioned that already tonight, but I'm not going to support the parcel tax for other reasons of cost and burden to the district and stuff like that.
Same here.
I haven't been able to talk to Linda. I just haven't been well enough.
Sure.
In fact, I'm fading fast.
And I know I'm afraid of that, and we have another very, very, very important item to get to. So we have a motion on the floor. I've started the roll call vote. Diane said no, am I correct?
Correct.
Angie?
I vote yes.
Kelly?
I vote yes if I can't abstain.
Ted?
No.
Jeannie Fernandez, no. Jeannie Broom?
Yes.
And Satori McCullough?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. The vote is 3-2. It does not pass. Okay. So it's now 5 minutes to 10. We have this other very important piece of information to now discuss. I suspect we have quite a number of people that want to speak to this. If I could get a flavor of the number of hands from the public that want to speak.
Jeannie, the next item is actually the survey results.
Oh, you're correct. You're correct. Can yes, Jenny, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and lower everybody's hands because I can do it with a click of a button, and then know who wants to speak to the survey.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I thank you, Tony, for putting me back in my queue here. So I have some concern, if I may please raise that as the chair. We have some survey results to review, which is going to take some time. And we also have number 3 on our agenda. We have a board bylaw that states we must end our meeting by 10:30 without a board motion to extend the meeting. I would like to entertain from the board what their suggestions might be. Do we just trudge on through and go until we end this? Or do we table one or both of these items and bring them to our special meeting. What say you? And I do know that Tony is not available Friday afternoon. Our meeting would have to be Friday morning.
Can I suggest, this is me, I'm worried about Diane fading here, that we go as long as Diane can handle it. And if needed, that we table whatever item, probably the last one, to maybe Friday morning. Because I think we all need to sleep on it and get, fresh and stuff like that. But I don't want to mess up Miss Broom over here either, because she's got.
Well, I would like to recommend that maybe somehow we can get Jeannie and Jev and Broom and excused absence from their class so that they could actually participate in our meeting on Friday morning. Is that a possibility, Jeannie? If superintendent asks for an excused absence for you?
Yeah, I'm totally fine with missing class.
And I think Satori, oh, there she is. Satori, what about you? Could you allow us to help you get an excused absence from your class so that you could attend our meeting?
Yes, I could too.
Okay.
Well, and I'm not available till 10:30 on Friday morning. I have a meeting that I cannot miss. It's
okay.
And
okay,
Tony, how does that work for you?
10:30 on Friday, and try and get the next item tonight.
And I know that also makes it, yeah, I mean, it just makes it difficult, but for other people as well. But if that's all we can do, that's all we can do.
Oh, I can go to midnight tonight.
Kelly, you should, if you have your work, you have your job, you have to do that. So
is there a reason why, if we were looking at a special board meeting, the reason why we couldn't do one on Monday?
I'm available on Monday.
You're not available on Monday?
No, I am. I'm available on Monday.
I am too.
I am traveling on Monday. I can do a night meeting.
I think night meetings are better in general, just because I think it's, just as far as for students and community, it is a little bit better for folks to engage.
But if I'm on an airplane, it's,
Well, no, if you can do evening, I'm saying I think that's better in general at any rate.
Right.
Ted, does Monday evening work for you?
I'm going to ask my wife what time our plane reservations are. Give me 2 minutes.
Well, while you're doing that, Ted, I would say, I mean, I would like if we could do the survey results. I think that's what was just said, that if we could hear the survey results tonight, so we have that information, but table the other item, just because I think it is getting late and it's just going to be a bigger conversation. And it will be nice to have the TOT information for that item as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, you need to go to bed. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, I'm waiting to hear from Ted.
I can do Monday evening.
Okay.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you. Thank you, Leah. Okay, thank you. The rest of the staff, are you okay with that? And I'm sorry, I know this is out of the ordinary. Can everybody make that work? Karen, Mia, Jenny?
Kind of hinges on me. I'm the one who hosted.
Yes, ma'am.
So 6 o'clock?
I'm available.
Yes, 6 o'clock. Ted's saying 6 o'clock. Okay. All right. Okay, so let us get through the survey results and then we're going to table. Well, I guess I need a motion to amend the agenda, please, so that we can table number 3.
Moved.
Thank you, Diane. A second, please.
Diane's motion.
Thank you, Ted. Is there any further discussion from the board on changing the agenda? Okay, so we are going to, the motion is to amend our agenda to remove number 3 and to add it to a special meeting for Monday, next Monday, the 23rd. Am I correct, everybody?
Yes.
All right.
There's also a request to place discussion of the TOT on that special board meeting.
Yes, please.
Do we need to contact Linda Hopkins to make sure she can attend that?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she's in the audience right now.
I'll look.
Thank you.
I just got a text from her. She says she's available.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Linda. Okay. Okay. So with that, I have a motion. I'm going to do a roll call vote. So on amending the agenda, Diane Landry.
Aye.
Angie Lewis.
I've been holding it in.
Aye.
Ted Walker.
Aye.
Kelly Noe. I'm not hearing you, Kelly.
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Jeannie Fernandez, aye. Jeannie Broom.
Aye.
Is Monday night going to work for you okay, Jeannie?
Yes.
Okay. Satori McCullough, is Monday night going to work for you?
Aye and yes.
Okay, super. Thanks you guys so much. All right, so with that, the next item is to discuss the district survey results regarding potential school consolidation. I will now turn it over to Tony. This is not an action item. This is an informational item only.
All right, and I lost my share screen. So how do I do that? I don't have my share screen at the bottom of my thing anymore.
Hold on, I'm working on it.
It was just there.
My computer's been acting up, so maybe that's it too. I'm sharing. This is the survey results, right?
Yeah. You're gonna share your screen?
Yeah. How do I do that?
You do present up at the top.
Sorry, I can't see anything right now. File. Well, it's on there. I'll get it figured out in a second. Where is the present?
Up at the very top right, you'll see share. Right next to share is present. Next to share, present.
Thank you. I needed that help.
Okay, so in addition to the parcel tax poll going out to community members, we also conducted surveys with staff, students, current parents, and we also sent surveys to our partner district parents. We sent them to the superintendents, and they sent them out to all of their parents at each of their schools. So you can see here there were 108 staff who responded. I think we have close to 200 staff. So 108 out of 200 staff, 1,109 students participated, 1,196 current parents, and partner district parents, there were 644 that replied to these surveys. So the surveys pretty much ask the same series of questions. The first question here, we're going to first present the staff survey results. And let me just say that what happened with our surveys was the first set of surveys we sent them all via Google. We sent them, we created Google Forms and Google Surveys and sent those out to staff, students, parents, and our feeder partner district parents. We immediately found out that the surveys were being shared with a larger population than just our parents. And so we decided that those survey results would not be valid. And so we recreated the surveys for the students, parents, and partner district parents on SurveyMonkey. So SurveyMonkey was those 3 surveys, but our staff surveys, the staff survey stayed in the Google survey. So that's why the results look a little bit different. So we first asked staff where they work, and you can see here what the percentages are of where they worked. 47% were from Annalee, close to 32% from El Molino. And you can see Laguna, or people who work at multiple campuses. And we also had people from the district office and the consortium answer the survey. The first question was, would you support consolidating the 2 high schools, El Molino and Annalee, in order to save resources and maintain programming for students? You can see here, 5 is that I would highly support, and 1 is I would not support at all. So you can see here where those results landed. The highest was highly support, and with the next being in the middle of unsure, in between. If we also asked if the district were to consolidate all of its students to the El Molino campus, how likely would you be to continue to work in our district? You can see here that most of our staff said they would continue to work if we consolidated to El Molino. The next one was the same question, but if we were consolidated to the Annalee campus versus the El Molino campus, and you can see that the results to that are very similar, that our employees would stay. This was a question about if the Laguna program moved to the El Molino campus, and you can see that the large majority of our employees would continue to work in the district. This is a kind of an interesting little pie chart here. This was what would be your biggest concern if the 2 high school campuses were consolidated? And what we did here was we asked about transportation, school size, distance to school, and school culture, and we gave an all of the above. And you can see that there were little less than half of the respondents actually entered a different reason of their concerns. Most of those concerns had to do with community impact or creating a unifying culture. But you can see that there were, was it 28% talked about school culture as one of the things that they were most concerned about. This question was, if consolidation were to happen, what are your thoughts about when the consolidation should take place? These answers to this survey match the scenarios that we had presented as part of our presentation. So the number 1 response here was next school year. You can see that 48% of our staff said that if consolidation were to occur, they would prefer that it occur next school year. 34% said that they would like it to happen in 22-23 in order to allow for more conversations. And then you can see there's 13% wanted more than 2 years. And I can't see exactly what that percentage is. But there was a percentage of people who also responded that they wanted to maintain both campuses. So that was the staff survey. This is the student survey. The questions are very similar, but as I said, the charts are a little bit different because this is from SurveyMonkey. So the first is, what school do you currently attend? You can see that these respondents, about 60% were from Annalee, close to 37% from El Molino, with about 4% from Laguna. And then you can see we asked about grade levels. It's almost split equally between the 4 grades, although it looks like freshmen had slightly more. Okay, so this question was, would you support consolidating 2 high schools in order to save resources and maintain programs? This is kind of hard for me to read. This was actually a range. This question had a scale on it of, what does it say? Would support, probably would support.
Tony, it actually didn't have a scale on it. It was a scale where people could go, would likely support or would not support, and then there was a middle of not sure. And so people were able to put it wherever they liked. And so we made some assumptions on people who, I liked Greg's language, lean to the no side or lean to the yes side.
Right. And so that's what these percentages are. You can see that 14% said they would support, and then probably would support is 44%. Not sure was 9%. Probably would not support is 20, and would not support at all is 13. Next one. So on this one, this question was, if the district were to consolidate all of its students to the El Molino campus, how likely would you be to attend? So the pie chart in the middle is all students together. This is a combination of all students together. And then we, Jenny, went through and separated the responses into Annalee, El Molino, and Laguna. So when you look at all students, you'll see that we start with what would attend. Would definitely attend was 16%, probably would attend was 18%, 15% were not sure, 29% would probably not attend, and then we had would not attend at 22%. But then you can see that we've separated out. So for the Annalee students that responded, would you, if it were moved to the El Molino campus, how likely would you attend? You can see those. Yes was 5%, probably yes 11, not sure 15, probably not 37, absolutely no was 30, and then 2 did not respond to that survey question. And then similarly, there's the El Molino breakdown. Yes was 33, probably yes was 30, not sure 13, probably not 17, and no was 6. And then there was the same question for Laguna students. And you can see there that it ranges, it was 35% was no, and probably not, and not sure were 20%. Okay. Is this the Annalee one? Yes. Same question, but asking them if we were to consolidate all students to the Annalee campus, how likely would you be to attend? And you can see there that would definitely attend was 32. And then it goes to probably 23, not sure 11, probably not 23, and would not attend was 11. And then the same in this case, we broke it out according to each of the respondents. So Annalee was 48, yes, and probably yes 28. For El Molino, it was yes 8%, probably yes 15. You can see probably not was 40, and no was 23. And then this is kind of a interesting thing for Laguna, because that would be that they were moving from Laguna to the Annalee campus. You can see yes is 10%, probably yes 1, not sure 29, probably not 23, and no was 35. So question 6 was, if you currently attend Laguna High School, how likely would you be to continue to attend if the program moved to El Molino campus? This was asked of all students, so you can see that most of the people said it didn't pertain to them. So that's there at the bottom. And then you'll see the breakouts there. We, Jenny specifically pulled out the Laguna students. So you have the Laguna percentages on the right-hand side for that same question. There were 40 Laguna students that completed the survey. The next question was, what would be your biggest concern if the 2 high school campuses were consolidated? You can see here that the biggest overwhelming response was all of the above. So the biggest concern is all of these things. School size was the second largest, distance to school was the third. What do you value most about your current school? You can see here too that all of the above was the most chosen answer. And the other individuals selections were close to the same for all of them. Question 9 was, if consolidation were to happen, what are your thoughts about when the consolidation should take place? You can see here that the majority of students chose next school year. 494 students chose that. The next most responded answer was 263 23 students was more than 2 years from now, with 2 years from now, or in 22, 23 being the next. So that was the conclusion of the student survey. So then these results are the parent survey, and these are our current parents who answered this question. You can see here what the percentages are in terms of responses: 68% Annalee, 30% El Molino, and 3% Laguna High School. So we asked the very similar questions. We asked about the student grade level, and if they had multiple students, they checked all that applied. So that shows the distribution of grade levels for the students. This is the same question from before. Would you support consolidating 2 high schools, El Molino and Annalee, in order to save resources and maintain programming? And you can see there the breakdown. Would support is 13, probably would support 24, not sure 18, probably not support is 26%, and would not support is 19. So this one we did not break out where the students came from. We left these all together in one group. So this is the same question as in the student survey. If the district were to consolidate all of its students to the El Molino campus, how likely would your student be to attend high school in the district? Would definitely attend is 21, probably would attend 17, not sure is 17, probably not attend is 25, and would not attend is 20. This question is the same as the previous question, but this is to the Annalee campus. So would definitely attend is 40%. Probably would attend is 24%. Not sure 8. Probably not attend 16. And would not attend is 12. We asked the same question, the Laguna question of if your student attends Laguna, how likely would they be? And you can see here the same pattern where it did not apply to quite a few of the students or to the parents. What would be your biggest concern if the 2 high school campuses were consolidated? Again, all of the above is what got the most responses, with school size being the next highest response from current parents. What do you value most about your current school? You can see again, it's all of the above, with the other measures being relatively close together. If consolidation were to happen, what are your thoughts about when the consolidation should take place? Of these respondents, 444 said next school year. 285 said in the 22-23 school year. Very close in number, 282, more than 2 years from now. And there were 152 parents who answered maintain both campuses. The last survey that we did was our parents of our partner district. And this, you'll see on this chart, there's little notations of +1 and +4 and +1. We had 6 Spanish speaking. Well, this has got +1 and +1 and +1 though. So that's 6. Jenny said 5. I said, wait, that's 6. There were 6 Spanish-speaking parents who completed the survey. Their survey results didn't automatically combine with this. So we've added the additional numbers of how those surveys were answered. So they were included in these results. So you can see the distribution of our partner districts and how they responded. What is your students' current grade level? We asked the partner districts to distribute to all of their parents. So you can see here that the largest, we put TK through 5 as one of the options. You can see there were more TK through 5 parents that answered than any other single grade level, but the other grade levels are split, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
And I just wanted to make mention, I think we had anywhere between 7 and 10 people answer Spanish survey, but not all of them answered every question.
Got it. Okay. Would you support consolidating 2 high schools in order to save resources and maintain programming? Would support is 9%. Would probably support is 17. Not sure is 17. Probably not support 32, and would not support is 25. This is the question about consolidation, if it occurred happening to the El Molino campus. And would definitely attend was 28. Probably would attend is 20. Not sure is 13. Probably not attend is 23. And would not attend is 16. This question is, would you consolidate to the Annalee campus? Would definitely attend is 24. Probably would attend 22. Not sure 10. Probably not attend is 25. And would not attend is 19. This is what would be your biggest concern if the two high school campuses were consolidated. You can see that all of the above in this case is still the highest, although school size is a little closer in this case. Both school size and distance to school is also a concern for these parents. What do you value most about the high school your student will attend? You can see by far it was all of the above. If consolidation were to happen, what are your thoughts about when the consolidation should take place? And you can see here that, again, the next school year was the highest in responses, and the other three areas were actually relatively close together. And that's all of the survey results. I do just want to give a shout out to Jenny. She helped me tremendously in putting these results together today. So that special thank you for that.
Jeannie, before we start taking comments, it's 10:25.
Correct. Would you like to make a motion to extend our meeting till a particular time?
Well, we have to decide what particular time that is.
Right. Well, you could make a motion with that.
It's not going to be 10 minutes this time.
Okay. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people with their hands raised, 8 people now. If we give them 3 minutes apiece, that is 24 minutes, and then that doesn't allow the board any time to converse. Another hand just went up. Can I recommend that we allow a minute and a half for each person to speak? And we cut it off at 10:45, and then we let the board speak. And we end our meeting no later than 11 p.m.
Okay, I will make a motion to end our meeting no later than 11 p.m.
Do I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Ted. All in favor? Oh, I can't do that. Sorry. Yeah, I'm getting tired too. Diane Landry, roll call vote.
Aye.
Angie Lewis.
Aye.
Ted Walker.
Aye.
Kelly Noe.
Aye.
Jeannie Fernandez, aye. Jeannie Broom.
Aye.
And Satori McCullough.
Aye.
Okay, so motion carries. We will end our meeting no later than 11 p.m. Is everyone on the board in agreement with me that we will give each speaker a minute and a half, and then we will end our comments the speaker comments at 10:45.
Aye.
Just a thumbs up is good.
How much does a minute and a half, how many people for a minute and a half? I can't think anymore, so somebody needs to do the math.
Jeff.
2 people for 3 minutes.
10 people would be 15 minutes.
Okay.
So we have like 12 people. So if we get ourselves moving, we should be okay.
Okay.
So let's put it this way. Right now, the last person is Stephanie Stornetta. And we will take comments for a minute and a half each. And we're drawing the line now here at Stephanie Stornetta. That will be our last speaker. And it'll run actually a little longer than 10:45. So that'll give us a few more minutes to talk amongst ourselves.
All right, I'm gonna do what I did last time, and then I'm gonna give permission to talk to the first three people, and then the first person, you can go ahead and unmute yourselves. The first person is Clay Thistle, then Waylon Del Drago, and Jessie Mills. Clay, you are good to unmute.
Clay Thistle, Forestville resident. I'd like to thank Angie Lewis and Kelly Knoll for attempting to save our schools. Unfortunately, other board members did not follow. Please look at the results of the survey. You know, you're completely destroying your school and your district with the consolidation. Look at the numbers. No one wants to go. Get a better plan. Please, there are better ideas out there. Angie, Kelly, please guide this board forward in a better direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessie, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
How to do, hon?
Yes, thank you. Jessie Mills here, Forestville resident. I agree with everything that Clay just said. Thank you, Angie and Kelly, for listening to your constituents and asking for more information and trying to wait to see what is going to happen with the TOT tax and learn more about that before making the decision to vote no. I think it was very ill-informed and premature to vote no at this point. With that said, probably a week or two ago, I sent an email to Board President Fernandez asking for her immediate resignation. I am renewing.
Excuse me, Jessie, you need to stick to the topic.
No, I do not. You need to read the Brown Act, Ms. Fernandez.
Excuse me, this is the topic that we're discussing right now.
I can talk about spaceships on the moon if I want to talk about that during my time of comment. Read the Brown Act.
No, I'm sorry. Jenny, will you please mute her?
You're a bully. Your comment.
Waylon or Tara, can you go ahead and unmute yourself?
Wow. Okay. I would also like to echo Clay on thanking Angie and Kelly on this, as well as trying to help with this. Diane and Ted are leaving. That leaves 2 open board member spots. Why not give those board members a chance and put this on the table to let them have a say in what is actually happening in their involvement in this board and what is going on in their say. It is absolutely not fair. I'm sorry, but the proportion of these percentages hasn't been adjusted to be fair and equitable to both student populations. When you're showing these pie charts and you're showing this on this, and it's obvious that there are more attendees at Annalee being polled, that is going to absolutely sway this vote and show that on these pie charts. Be fair about it. We care, we are here, and these surveys, I am absolutely sorry. This needs to be changed. Please, Angie and Kelly, help us
out. Next 3 people coming in: Leslie McCormick, Gillian Hayes, Debbie Ramirez. Leslie, go ahead and unmute yourself. Sorry, I'm doing double duty here. Give me a second to start your clock.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I want to say I'm really grateful that they finally did the survey. We asked for this to happen, although it happened a little bit too late in the game. I also agree that you are surveying 2 schools that are completely different sizes. Ratios need to be applied to these numbers. These mean nothing, period. This survey is almost as biased as this board is. You need to really think deep, guys. You're not representing the West County.
Thank you. Debbie Ramirez, go ahead and unmute yourself. Hold on. Give me a second to restart the clock. And now you're good.
Okay, hi. Yeah, so this survey data was somewhat interesting to see. I do think I took the survey for my child, who is an Annalise student, and I feel like it really comes from a consumer model, and schools, what we really have to think about are not consumer entities. And what I'm not hearing is a more important discussion about equity in public education and making sure that all of our students, no matter how far away they are from campuses and so forth, and economically disadvantaged students do have access to quality education facilities. And so I don't think that necessarily asking people what their opinion is as if they're shopping for a school is the best data to be using in making an important decision like this. That's all.
Thank you. And go ahead, Gillian, you should be, there you go. Gillian, can we hear you? No, not again. I'm gonna move on to the next one while we get that figured out, Gillian. Eleanor Gorman, go ahead and unmute yourself.
There we go. Got it. Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
there we go. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I almost hesitate to speak because, we spoke for about 20 minutes before with all kinds of input, and the board couldn't even show their respect by tabling the conversation, sleeping on it overnight, and then voting on it after they had more information about the TOT tax. So, there's my input right there. Also, Diane, you could have just left it with, I don't really support this tax. Not that I'm also not going to pay for it myself, being that you represent El Molino, your son went there. You could have just left that out. Just saying that.
Eleanor, can I ask that
Yes.
you stay on the
Okay.
topic of the survey? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I saw some interesting things on there. Again, after all of the above, the 2 points that were on there that were showing were also size of school and distance kept showing up over and over again. And that I'm going to refer back to Debbie's point about equity and access to education. I think those are super important. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And Jim, go ahead and
pissed off.
Jim, can you go ahead and unmute yourself? And then I'm bringing Stephanie Stornetta into the room as well. Stephanie, do you want to go ahead and unmute yourself? Thank you. Stephanie, are you there?
Yeah, do you want me to start?
Yeah, let's have you go ahead.
Okay. All right. First off, I want to thank Kelly and Angie for listening. Unfortunately, our other board members, Ted, Jeannie, and Diane, who I feel was on the fence to table it until we had the facts about the TOT, didn't feel our community opinions mattered. So much for hearts and minds can be changed. Hopefully, when we talk about the TOT and consolidation, you practice what you preach, Ms. Fernandez. As far as the survey is concerned, it's extremely biased, and still, with all of the opinions, still shows that the community doesn't want you to consolidate these schools. Amazing with all that is going on in our world that our own board members can't see past their own agendas and provide equitable opportunities for our students. I'm thoroughly disgusted.
Is that the end of your comment, Stephanie?
I yield my time.
Oh, thank you. Jim, if you can unmute yourself. There you go. Nope, you almost had it. Do it again. Maybe. All right, I'm going to try. There you are.
Okay. Just quickly, I think the numbers as presented, quite frankly, are meaningless. There are huge biases in there, and just from a statistical standpoint, they don't make sense, and there has to be some form of formal analysis of what's in those numbers. The way they're presented right now, you might as well go down into Santa Rosa and get a group and come into Sebastopol and pick a group. They're two different populations. But, that aside, I did also want to mention that Diane sponsored the last motion And then she voted against something that she sponsored, which seems kind of contradictory. I don't think that's the right way to behave in a Robert's Rules of Order. I'm not sure if it's technically correct. That's all I have.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back and try again with Gillian. Gillian, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're good to go.
Okay, great. Sorry about the technical difficulties tonight, everybody, but I appreciate you, Jenny, giving me the opportunity. I'd like to make note tonight, board, that Elmo showed up in huge numbers. It's very telling. 1 or 2 Annalee parents on these items, but tons of Elmo parents. Please hear us. I just do want to point out, Board President, that you allowed an Annalee parent to speak off topic during the community forum for 3 minutes, but you muted a forceful parent that you claimed was off topic? How biased is that? Where's the fairness and the kindness in that? Back to the survey. Sounds like Jenny and Tony did the survey. Thank you for your work, but I do have some major concerns with the questions and the results. My daughter, Brooklyn, took the survey. She had to go to bed because she has class in the morning, and at 10 o'clock, she just couldn't keep her eyes open. She wanted me to let you know, board, that she said the survey was completely confusing, and she felt that it was leading her down a road to choose either an elective or closing her school. It's not fair. The data is skewed by putting the amount of students that would or would not attend Annalee or El Molino all together in one group and not carving out each high school result in that parent survey. You need to analyze each school response.
Now, you guys told me to stop at Stephanie, but we haven't reached 10:45 yet. Did you want to continue?
Correct. Yes, you can.
Renee is the only one who hasn't spoken.
Yes,
yet.
you can let Renee in.
1 second. Let me reset the clock. And Renee, if you could state your full name and unmute yourself. Go ahead. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My name is Renee Churkin, and I grew up in Forestville. My family's been coming here since the 1930s. I went to Brookhaven, Annalee, and JC. My daughter went to El Molino as well as Art Quest in Santa Rosa. I have deep roots here, and these current issues are affecting me deeply. Due to declining enrollment, I realize our schools are facing financial challenges. Consolidating our high schools sounds like the only action that is being considered. I find that bothersome since this seems to be like a step backwards that can't be undone. There seems to be a big rush to do this, and I'm here to ask why. If this is the best solution for our children, why are you even considering more crowded, larger class sizes during this COVID pandemic? This is beyond irresponsible because the country is talking about class reduction for the safety of all involved.
Renee, can you stick to the topic of our survey, please?
Oops. Oh, I'm done then. I'll talk about this later then. Sorry. Let's see, how do I unmute? Sorry. Good night.
Thank you.
And that's it for comments. Maybe a last call for comments. All right, let me reset the clock. And Jill McLewis, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thanks, Jenny. I just wanted to say, as a Sevastopol resident here, and actually I have a lot of experience on boards, I guess the first thing I wanted to say is thank you for including the potential students coming in. It was refreshing to receive that survey. I did complete it. And I do have a lot of opinions about what's going on, but more importantly, I just wanted to say tonight, thank you to all of you board members. The vitriol that you're receiving there is just, it's saddening to me and it's shocking. And I hear people preaching about professionalism. And I just wanted to say, I hope that people could emulate what they spew out. And I just wanted to thank you for doing what you're doing and also for sending that survey out. And I hope that you can end this call with and go to sleep peacefully, because I'm just shocked by the behavior.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jenny, very much. I think our time is up. We have like 1 minute left. So I'm going to open this up to the board and with any comments or questions that they may have. Yes, Ted.
Thank you for the survey. I thought it was interesting, eye-opening, and it's good to get input from the students and the parents and everybody involved. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Ted. Anybody else? Yes, Kelly.
Well, I too, thank you. I think it's important. Again, I want to echo the importance that we have all the information. So thank you for putting this together. A couple just thoughts around, I don't want to belabor this because this has been brought up, but when I did look at the survey earlier, I did think about the ratios of students completing from different schools. So if we could get that information, I think it would be helpful. I know that's already been addressed tonight, so I don't want to say that too much, but I do think that that would be helpful. The other piece is I think it is eye-opening, Ted, to your point, and I didn't have time today just because I know staff has been working so hard in putting this together, and we did just get it late in the day today, but I do want to run some of the percentages of the students who said, and parents who said they won't attend or definitely won't attend. Because my concern is that looking at those percentages of the total percentage of students that are attending, how many students do we have the potential of losing? And I think that this conversation just gets more complicated and difficult. And I know it's late in the night, so I don't want to, that's it. I'm just leaving that thought that I will be looking at that, and hopefully we can bring that into the discussion too as well.
I agree with you, Kelly. Good weekend to sleep on it, and we'll pick it up on Monday.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Diane or Angie, do you have anything else that you'd like to add, or Jeannie Broom or Satori with
I will
regards to?
say something after Jeannie Broom. She had her hand up.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Jeannie. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Diane. Yeah, I just wanted to say I think we should especially pay attention to like the future parents. I think that data is really important because obviously they're the future of this district. So I'm really glad that we could get that data from them. And I would also like to just echo the request to see everything, converted into proportions of either school. And obviously it's, what's done is done, but I also think it would have been interesting to see the proportion of students that were inter-district transfers and their responses compared to those who live in the district, because I think the proportions of those students at either school are vastly different. So I think that would have been interesting to see. So if there's any future surveys done, I think that'd be really interesting to consider and see the numbers on.
Thank you, Jeannie. Diane?
I was going to say ditto with what Kelly said, but I'm going to add Jeannie Broom to my list and keep it short.
Yeah, Jeannie Broom, excellent tonight.
Okay, Angie or Satori, do you have any comments? Angie?
I'm good. I can't imagine how you all feel. I had a coffee and I'm fading, so I agree with everything.
Okay, yeah, I have no further comment on the survey. I do appreciate it, and thank you for the time, the staff's time. I know this was laborious, and it was very insightful, in my opinion. So thank you very much.
Kudos goes to the staff. Excellent job.
Okay, so we have, I think unless there's anything else that anybody wants to discuss, we have our future agenda items on here, and I will just quickly run through those. We have now a special board meeting for 6 o'clock on Monday that we will talk about the TOT, and we will address the item number 3 that was on the agenda tonight. And we will have a board meeting on December 9th. We will have a first interim board report on that night of our budget. And we will have another board meeting to discuss the calendar on December 9th, or same board meeting. We have a first reading of a new board policy and administrative regulation with regards to the uniform public construction cost accounting procedures. On December, and that's on December 9th. On December 16th, we will have a reorganization of the board and the oath of office to our 2 newly elected board members. And that's the night we will say farewell to Diane and Ted. Sorry to see you 2 leave. We will also do a selection of the voting representative and an alternate for the process of filling vacancies on the county committee. And that looks like it, but looks like we have a lot happening. Yes, Diane?
Also for our Monday meeting, aren't we talking, isn't Linda the TOT?
Yeah, I said that. Didn't I say that? That's going to be on the agenda.
I didn't hear it. I could have missed it, but Linda Hopkins is that's a separate item, I was thinking.
It is a separate item, and Linda will be there. She confirmed, and we just need to make sure that she and her staff get the Zoom invite. Her and her staff were actually planning a meeting that night, she said, and they are now not going to hold their meeting. They're going to come to our meeting.
Thank you.
Yes, Ted.
We were supposed to talk about my idea of alcohol on the campus. Can we do that at the December one? Only if Tony and Jenny have the time for it, though.
On the December 9th meeting?
Yeah, and Tony, only if you have the time. Otherwise, I know you're burned out. So if you can't do it, you can't do it. And
okay,
maybe a time thing that you guys can work on for Monday, like on the public comment, put a time frame for all the comments on the big item. You know, maybe an hour, hour and a half.
Okay, we will discuss that at the meeting that night. We'll look and see how many people want to talk, and then we can determine the length of time we want to have everybody speak.
Yeah.
I kind of like to do that for the whole board to kind of be involved in that conversation. That's okay.
My only thing is big difference between comment and speech. You notice tonight when you got down to a minute and a half, people really got it out really quick.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other future agenda items, since that's what we're talking about? Okay, so with that, we are going to adjourn the meeting. Thank you guys all very much. Thank you so very much to our public for speaking and for giving us your thoughts and opinions. And I so much appreciate each one of you and the length of time that this meeting has now gone. It's one of our latest meetings in a long time. And I look forward to seeing everybody on Monday night. Thank you all.
Mariana, our interpreter.
Thank you, Mariana, very much. Appreciate it.